Hey everyone, it's Samia here with the early edition of our Fox News Now update. Monica Lindstrom, thanks so much for joining me once again. You're here because we're covering another big case.
Yes.
It's not an Arias verdict. No, it has nothing to do with Jodi Arias.
Nope.
We're here.
Amazingly so. After 2.5 years, we're not talking about Arias.
You know what, though? On other days, we are still talking about
true.
Arias.
Yeah.
I think last week, Troy and I sat and we ended up talking for 2 hours still.
There's so much to talk about.
I know. It's crazy. But that's not why we're here today. We're here to talk about Debra Milke. The hearing is at 8:30. What is going to happen in this hearing? So Debra Milke was on death row.
Yes, Debra Milke was on death row for roughly 23 years. She was convicted and sentenced for conspiracy to murder her 4-year-old son. So essentially murder. And after she was convicted and sent to death row and spent 23 years, during that time she was continually appealing her case because information wasn't disclosed by the state. So just recently, meaning back in March of 2013, the Federal Court of Appeals said that the case needs to go back, her conviction needs to be thrown out. And then the Arizona Appellate Court stepped in and also said that not only should her conviction be thrown out, but she should never be tried again.
Because legally, you can't be tried for the same crime twice.
Well, they said that the prosecutorial misconduct was so bad that it amounts to double jeopardy. Because if an appellate court reverses the conviction, you can go ahead and retry it. They won't consider that double jeopardy. But they said it was so bad that it should be double jeopardy, and it is double jeopardy. So then the county attorney's office here wanted to go ahead and appeal that to the Arizona Supreme Court. The Arizona Supreme Court said we're not taking the case, which means the Court of Appeals decision stands. So Milke is in court this morning, and it should happen that her entire case should be dismissed.
That's a crazy.
Yeah, after 23 years on death row, capital murder case, she was found and convicted by a jury to be guilty of the murder of her 4-year-old. Now the entire case will be dismissed.
So what kind of prosecutorial misconduct was there?
Well, it really centers around the Detective Saldate. Detective Saldate was the main detective in her case. And what he said is that she confessed to him that she killed her 4-year-old or was involved in the killing. She always maintained that, no, I never confessed, I never said that. So when the trial happened, he was really the only evidence against her. There were no other witnesses against her, as far as I know, and as far as I've read. I think I was in high school during the trial, so I wasn't actually there. And the problem comes in with his credibility. He has been found to be basically not a great character in court. In other words, he's lied in the past. He's had some problems with his personnel record, and none of that was disclosed to Debra Milke. And if anything was disclosed, she wasn't allowed to use anything at trial. But it really comes down to the fact that it wasn't disclosed to her that he had these issues with truth-telling. In other words, not telling the truth.
He had those issues even before, like during her trial back then.
Yes.
It wasn't after the fact.
No. It was stuff that started back in 1973, which was several years before her trial. So he had these issues with truth-telling. In other words, he didn't always tell the truth. And he was the only witness against her, really the only evidence against her. She wasn't able to put forth the evidence that he has these credibility issues, so the jury never heard that, so she didn't get a fair trial.
Right.
That's what it all boils down to.
And it was just his word that said she admitted it. There was no recording or anything like that. No other witness.
Yeah, there was no audio recording. There was no visual recording whatsoever. He said that he did take notes, but afterwards he destroyed his notes. So in other words, by the time he got to trial to testify, there was nothing else to indicate that she had confessed other than his testimony. That was it. Well, whenever you have one person testifying, you need to know about their credibility. Do they typically tell the truth? Have they ever been caught lying?
Right.
Do they have some character issues? Stuff like that. He did, but the state did not disclose it. The county attorney's office did not disclose it, and because of that, she didn't get a fair trial. Big implications for the county attorney's office, and that's why Bill Montgomery and the Maricopa County Attorney's Office fought this so bad.
Right. We listened to Bill Montgomery's weekly press conference last week here on News Now, and you could hear, I guess, the disappointment in Bill Montgomery's voice in a way where it was almost just
Yeah, and I think the way he's looking at it is she is a murderer.
Right. He truly believes Debra Milke is guilty. And you can tell that by the way he answered those questions with the press. It wasn't even, I'm gonna be neutral for the media. It's like, I want to make it clear we did everything we can.
Right. And what's interesting is he wasn't in the office at the time that this trial happened. The prosecutor who prosecuted the case, he's not even in the office anymore either.
This was back in 1990 because the murder was in 1989.
Mm-hmm. So it was a very long time ago. And even though Bill Montgomery wasn't intimately involved in the case, he is now the figurehead of his office. He is the county attorney. So he needs to defend the office, and that's what he's been doing. And he did say, he kept coming out and saying that the Court of Appeals decision, we actually had two Court of Appeals decisions, the Federal Court of Appeals and then the Arizona Court of Appeals. So two separate courts. They both said that her conviction should be thrown out. Now, Bill Montgomery came out and said, look, they didn't have all the facts in front of them. They were looking at the wrong record, or the record that the courts were looking at didn't have all the information. And so that's why he wanted to appeal it to the Arizona Supreme Court to make sure that all the facts and the correct facts were in front of a court to make a decision.
We're actually getting a lot of viewer questions already. I see Emma Stoner is asking, could she be tried federally?
No.
Okay,
no.
And Rachel wants to know, Monica, will she have double jeopardy attached even if they somehow in the future can prove that she was involved in the murder?
Well, yeah, double jeopardy has already attached, so she can never ever be tried for the murder of her son again. It can't happen. The Court of Appeals declared that this prosecutorial misconduct is so bad that it equals double jeopardy. That's how we have to have it. Now, you asked the question federally. Can she be charged federally? Well, murder is a state statute, pretty much. She didn't do anything, allegedly, or the two gentlemen that actually did kill, I shouldn't say gentlemen, the two defendants that actually did kill him, the monsters, I should say, and I'm okay with saying that because they are convicted, and quite frankly, they are monsters. That nothing happened that would invoke federal law. They didn't cross state lines. They didn't kidnap him and take him across state lines. Nothing like that. So it's only a state court action. So no, she can't be tried federally, and double jeopardy has attached. She will never, ever, 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 ever again be tried in state court for this.
So the two men that actually committed the murder, did they get the death penalty also?
Oh gosh, that is a great question. I'd have to look that one up because I've been focusing so much on Milke. I know that they were both convicted of murder, but I'm not sure if they're on death row. So I'll look that one up and see. You know, I saw another question on there about the state can no longer go against her, but can she turn around and go against the state? In other words, can she sue the state?
And I just heard there's something like that going on. Yes. The news came out last week. What is she trying to do?
Well, she's essentially suing the county attorney's office, the Phoenix Police Department, for wrongful prosecution. That's pretty much what she's doing. She filed a complaint. It's 72 pages long. I think it's roughly 9 or 10 counts. And she's suing them because they didn't disclose this information about Detective Soldate. He lied on the stand. The investigation was shoddy police work, where it was full of lies and misconceptions. And because of that, she lost 23 years of her life, almost 23 years of her life on death row. So she is suing, and can she win? I think she has a very, very good case in light of the fact that two Court of Appeals decisions said that there was prosecutorial misconduct and that it was egregious. Not just, oh, they were a little negligent, they just screwed up a little bit. No, both courts had very, very colorful language to describe what the prosecutor's office did. So I think she has a very good shot.
It's just so shocking that she can go from being on death row to not only being freed but successfully suing the city, the court. Yeah, it's just,
and
I don't know.
Oftentimes when we hear somebody with their conviction being thrown out, or they were on death row and now they're free, you often hear about it in light of DNA evidence.
Right, like, oh, we found out that this wasn't the person that killed them. And it's not like that.
No, in this case it has nothing to do with DNA evidence. Actually has nothing to do with any kind of physical evidence whatsoever. It all has to do with Detective Soldate's record. That's really what it all boils down to. Crazy. I know.
So Detective Saldate continue to have a career after this trial? What happened to his career?
He was a very, I want to say, successful detective, and the county attorney's office worked very well with him. In several cases where he was involved, they obtained convictions. So he continued to have his career, his job. Since he doesn't work for the police department anymore, I believe he's retired. But yeah, he was successful, although there were some blemishes in his record. Yeah, despite all of this.
I wonder what he's thinking right now, seeing all of this play out, knowing that people are using his record as the reason she's free.
Oh, well,
like, what are you thinking in that moment?
I'm sure that he is horrified and upset by the fact that her conviction was thrown out and the basis was prosecutorial misconduct based on his record, because a lot of statements were made about him not being truthful, being a liar, doing some wrong things in the line of his work. So he was basically trashed. He was completely, totally trashed. And I'm not saying that it wasn't justified, because the information that was put out there that the Federal Court of Appeals and the Court of Appeals look like appears to be very true about things that he's done in his past. And nobody wants the bad parts of their career or their life thrown out there for everybody to see, and then to take those bad parts and say you're the reason that she is getting off death row. It just must be horrifying.
And it's not even like, okay, from death row to life in prison.
No,
it's death row to you're free. You get to do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can travel, you can go get your hair done, you can get an iPhone, you can play on
the
computer.
Things that you don't.
Yeah, because they don't get to do that in death row. Now remember, for 23 years, she has been incarcerated, and when she was on death row, she couldn't do simple things like even look at the computer, go to the internet.
They're in it's maximum security, right? And death row is like solitary confinement.
Right. And she was the third woman on death row, and then when her conviction was reversed, then there was only two. And that's why her name came up a lot during the Jodi Arias trial, because Jodi Arias, at the beginning of her trial, which started in December of 2012, she was slated to be the fourth woman on death row if the jury came back guilty and sentenced her to death. Well, halfway through her first trial, which was March of 2013, is when the decision came down that Milke's conviction should be reversed. So then Arias became the potential third woman on death row. And Debra Milke was actually the first woman sentenced to death row since 1932. Wow. So we had a very big gap of 60 years almost without a woman being sentenced to death row. So she, her story kind of ties in with the Jodi Arias story. And then during the Jodi Arias trial, there was allegations of prosecutorial misconduct by Juan Martinez in his office. Several allegations, countless allegations actually. And when the Milke decision came out, that was used in the Arias case as an arguing point.
Right. Those accusations of misconduct, though, against Juan Martinez's office, were they valid?
Well,
or was it the defense just trying to come up with stuff to save Jodi?
It depends on what you mean by valid. Was there a good faith basis for the defense to file those motions to dismiss based on prosecutorial misconduct? Absolutely. I really think there was a good faith basis for it. Now, that is different than what you need to actually prove it. I think that the defense did a great job bringing those things to light. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that because they loved Juan Martinez. He's fighting the good fight. Everybody hates Jodi Arias. I get that. But the defense did their job, and they brought those things up. And if they didn't bring those up, then she could win on appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel, right? So they need to bring those things up. So I think that they were valid in the sense there was a good faith basis. But in reality, it doesn't matter what I think, because Judge Stevens decided that there was no merit to them, and she didn't grant that motion.
I believe Debra Milke is now in court, so let's go ahead and switch on over and listen in.
The third floor? The third floor, and that might speed it up. Okay? All right. If we just wait 1 second, I will give you the bond exoneration order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Open that on for me. Okay.
All right, everybody. This is Monday, March 23rd, 2015. You are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court. You are advised that you have rights to justice and due process under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial and a prompt and final conclusion of the case, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court.
All right, not quite sure why we lost that feed just now from court, but it looks like we have lost it temporarily.
Well, let me just say, what we heard going on in court right then was just the beginning of morning calendar. So every morning at Superior Court, when you have just the opening or the morning calendar, what happens is the judge comes out and reads the victim's statement and reads a couple other general things to the entire courtroom. Mm-hmm. That's what we just heard her saying then, is the victim's statement, where if you are a victim of a crime, please contact the prosecutor, et cetera, et cetera. That's what was going on. She hadn't called the Debra Milke case yet.
Okay.
What we anticipate happening is once she does call the case, the actual proceeding should not take very long at all, because really the only thing that is an issue is the fact that the charges still exist. Now that the Court of Appeals decision stands and they indicated that the case needs to be basically thrown out, all the judge really needs to do is say, okay, the case will be the case is dismissed, all charges dismissed.
That's pretty much what we're just waiting for her to say. It's like 10 seconds.
Yeah, it shouldn't take very long at all. There shouldn't be any argument at all because everything has already been argued. There might be a statement made by either side just to make a statement, but none is really necessary.
I'm just getting a message from someone on our team that says the judge has dismissed the case in State versus Milke.
Well, there you go. It was that quick. That quick. There was nothing to argue at all.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Steve Krafft had tweeted, I guess in the last minute or so. Let me just check. By the way, earlier we were talking about the two men that actually did the killing of the child. Both of them were both charged and tried separately, and both were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. So.
Which they should.
Right.
They should, because what was proven was that they had taken Debra Milke's son to the desert and shot him 3 times in the back of the head. There was a question about who was the actual shooter, but there was no question, and the jury determined that they were both involved, and so that's why they were convicted.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's really, really sad.
Yeah. I mean, it's just sad because he's 4 years old. He thinks he's going to see Santa Claus.
Yeah, because what happened was Debra Milke had taken him to see Santa Claus the day before at the mall, and she was living with Stiers, I believe it was, and because she was a single mom at that time. And when he said that he was going to the mall, her son said, well, can I go? Can I go see Santa Claus again? And she said, sure, you can go. And she says that she wasn't worried about him going with their roommate at all because the roommate had watched him before. So he gets ready to go with them thinking that he's going to see Santa Claus, and he was taken out to the desert and killed. Horrible, horrible. I mean, you know, as a mommy and a legal analyst, I have to split my mind, so to speak. I have to, when I'm talking about the legal aspects of a case, oftentimes I have to turn down what I'm thinking as a mommy, because if I think about it too much, then I get too upset. And so I have to kind of not think about that and go, okay, so there was no evidence other than the alleged confession that Detective Saldate said she gave to him. And there's no other evidence whatsoever. So my legal mind, my logical mind, I have to say, okay, there really was no other evidence, so this must be the appropriate result. But then the mommy mind goes, yeah, but there was a 4-year-old killed, you know, execution style, and that is simply unacceptable. And so sometimes it's really hard when you're talking about cases like this.
Rachel is saying, Monica, I have personal experience with a detective who screwed up a case for my sister. This case was thrown out. Is it possible for cases like this to be reopened and investigated again?
It is possible. If there was a case that Detective Saldate was the prime witness for, in other words, he, in this case, for example, really the only evidence against Debra Milke was his testimony that she confessed. There was nothing corroborating that. If there was another case where the person was convicted based solely on Soldate's testimony and his credibility, his history, his personnel file was requested and was not given, then perhaps the same result could happen if the state did not hand that information over. See, what happens is exculpatory evidence. The state is always required to give exculpatory evidence. This is evidence that could help the defense. And some people say, well, why should the state help the defense at all? Well, the way that our system is set up, it's the state's job to make sure that justice is done. Not necessarily a conviction or a death sentence, but justice is done. And justice is done when all the information is put out there, including the evidence that helps the defense, and then the jury makes the decision. Theoretically, that's what's supposed to happen. His personnel file was exculpatory evidence because the courts found that if the jury knew his proclivity to not tell the truth or his propensity to lie, then they might not have given as much credence to his testimony and instead said, oh, whoa, wait a minute, you lie. I'm not so sure I want to believe this. And because you have a tendency of doing this, the state didn't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Mm-hmm. So if that happened in this case, it absolutely could affect other cases if it was a similar kind of circumstance. Even if it wasn't a murder case, if it was just a burglary, a robbery, something like that, the same thing could happen.
Right. 060 is asking, what reason has Milke given for why those two men killed her son?
No reason has been given, other than she did take out a life insurance policy on her son, roughly $5,000, and so there's been speculation that that is the reason why. And in fact, I believe one of the killers said that he was hoping to share in an insurance policy.
First of all, that's wrong. Secondly, $5,000 in the grand scheme of everything
is not very much.
Right.
But when you go back and look at, this was
1989.
Early, late 80s, early 90s. $5,000 then is very different than what $5,000 is now. And then when you're talking about a single mom, and really, we shouldn't really talk about her anymore because her case has been thrown out. She has no conviction against her whatsoever. She is essentially deemed innocent. She's acquitted. That still is enough for some people who are very, very sick in the head to turn around and kill somebody.
It's crazy. Well, what's interesting as I'm reading notes about the trial, so one of the two men that were convicted and now they're on death row, Roger Scott, apparently was offered a plea bargain, 21 years in prison for second-degree murder in return for testifying against Milke and Stiers. Mm-hmm. He wanted to take the deal, but then his lawyer didn't let him, and now he's about to be executed.
Yeah, my heart's not breaking for him.
Right, but I'm just saying that in that position.
But what is interesting
why would a lawyer choose that, I guess?
If that statement is true, and I've read the same thing, and so you're right, you put it out there verbatim from what I've read too. Something is wrong with that statement because it is never, ever, 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 ever the lawyer's decision to accept a plea agreement or not. It is always the defendant or the client's decision. Just like in a civil case, it's always the client's decision whether to settle or not. So it's possible that at first he wanted that plea agreement. Then after talking to his attorney explained to him why that wasn't a very good plea agreement or why he shouldn't take that or why his chances were better at trial, and then changed his mind. If he were to actually stand up and say, no, I'm not pleading guilty, or I'm sorry, no, I want that offer. If he had stood up in court and said that, there would have been a, whoa, wait a minute, time out. What's going on? What do you mean? You want that offer? Yes, I want that offer. And then the attorney would have had to discuss why. So there would have been much more to do about that. So something's not right when we read that he wanted the offer, but his attorney rejected it. No, that can't be how it actually happened. Maybe his attorney
advised against it.
Yeah.
So, but as an attorney, why would you advise against it?
Well, here's the job of an attorney. An attorney is to advise, to counsel, to represent, to tell the client the entire story and to give them all of their options. So I imagine that the attorney had a discussion with him. Okay, if you take this plea agreement, here's what's going to happen. You're going to get 21 years, you're going to get this, and this. If you don't take the offer, you're going to go to trial. Here's the max you could get at trial. Here's the minimum you could get at trial. Here are all your options. So what do you want to do? And then the client would say, well, what do you think I should do? And I would turn around and say to them, okay, here's the deal. Let's look at the evidence against you. If we were to go to trial, these are the witnesses. This is the evidence against you. It's not looking so good. In my opinion, you're probably going to be found guilty. So you might really want to consider taking this offer. In light of that, there's always a chance that a jury will go against what I say.
Right.
Juries don't always decide things based on what lawyers think that they should decide things on, right? So they could always go a different way. So that's kind of how you advise the client, but it's the client that makes the call.
Right.
Now, he could be, after the fact, come out and say, well, I wanted this offer and my attorney said no. He could just be saying that because he was found guilty. And now he's trying to find a way out of it.
Right. And knowing that you were offered this plea deal to only spend 21 years in prison, and now you're getting killed. And plus, your experience in prison is far different when you're on death row.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
when you're awaiting trial, even though you're in Sheriff Joe's jail, that's very different than prison once you've been sentenced. The Arizona prison system is different than Sheriff Joe's jail. In fact, I've had clients that have said, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to Sheriff Joe's jail. It's awful. It's terrible. I'd rather go to prison. So in other words, if I have to spend 3 months in jail, for example, give me 5 months in prison. They would rather go to prison. And once you're on death row, you are in solitary. I mean, you don't have any contact visitation. You don't have any contact with other inmates. So it is very different. 21 years in prison with the general population is very different than a death sentence and being on death row.
Right. And now, these two men that were involved in the actual killing of this child are being executed. Debra Milke, who likely allegedly facilitated this thing, is free.
Yeah.
I feel like if I were one of those men, I would be like, WTF.
Right.
It's like, what? I mean,
well,
again, I understand that it's all the legal system and you have to go in accordance with that, but
here's the bottom line. She could have been involved, okay? She could have set it up. She could have given them the guns. She could have had the bullets. There's a lot that she could have been and might have been. But the fact of the matter is that the court said because the prosecutor's office and the Phoenix Police Department did not disclose his personnel record and the cases and the issues with his lying and truth-telling, that she's going to walk free. And we've heard that age-old saying, we'd rather have a guilty person 10 guilty people go free than one innocent person being in jail. Well, it's kind of along those lines, because as a whole, we have to decide, do we want to make a statement and show the police officers and the prosecutor's office that they need to follow the line? They cannot cross the line. They cannot make the decision. If they have exculpatory evidence, they have to give it. No ifs, ands, buts about it. We want them to do that. And the courts found that in order to really push that, they had to let her go. So it was never an issue about whether she was guilty or not. It was an issue about his personnel file and how it was not disclosed. It was all about prosecutorial misconduct. And if you want some interesting legal reading, I highly recommend you out there to Google the decisions. There was one from the Federal Court of Appeals and there's one from the Arizona Court of Appeals. Very, very interesting decisions. They're not that different from each other, but they are some of the most strongly worded opinions that I have ever read.
So, okay, this is one situation where Saldate's record affected a case. Well, have there been other cases in recent years that have been overturned as a result of things Saldate has said?
There is actually I think it's in the State Court of Appeals decision, and I have it here so I can look it up here in a little bit. It actually goes through cases that he was involved in that were having issues. Let's see. Yeah, there's a list right here. In fact, the Ninth Circuit offered the following summaries of these cases, and these all involve Saldate. There was a June 22nd, 1990 case in State v. King. It goes on to talk about a 1989 case, State v. Reynolds, a 1986 case, Rodriguez, 1989, Rangel, 1984, Yanes, 1990, Jones, So there are several cases that are listed not only in the civil suit, but listed in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision. It talks about Soldate's interrogation of witnesses, notwithstanding their incapacity due to intoxication. I mean, you can't interrogate a witness if they're so drunk that they don't even know what they're saying. Claims that he fabricated several witnesses' statements. In another case, Fraser, he ignored assertions of right to remain silent and continued questioning a defendant. He ignored repeated requests for counsel during interrogation. In another case, improper interrogation of a minor with a known history of mental impairment and psychological problems. In fact, I believe that the interrogation of it was Scott, who was one of the other defendants in this case. He, after something like 2 days, he hadn't had food, he hadn't had his medication, and it was proven that he needed to have his medication for physical and mental issues. So it seems that a lot of the allegations against Soldate had to do with interrogation and questioning, not following proper procedure, basically not following the Constitution. Your right to remain silent, your right to have a parent there if you're a minor, things like that. He just didn't follow the rules, and he didn't tell the truth about it.
Zena is asking, will the men get appeals? Don't you automatically get appeal if you're sentenced?
When you're sentenced to death, you automatically get an appeal. Automatic. Even if you don't want one, you just want to die, it doesn't matter. You're going to get an automatic appeal first. And then after that, you can appeal any issues that came up during the trial itself. And then there's another appeal that you can have after that. And that's one reason why the death penalty is so expensive. People are often, just kill them. It's got to be cheaper than keeping them in prison for the rest of their lives, especially if they're in their 20s, right? Well, actually, it's from all the statistics that I've read and the numbers that I've seen, the death penalty is actually more expensive, mostly because of all the legal issues that come with it. And people like to blame that on the defense attorneys, but it's not the defense attorneys. I mean, there's an automatic mandatory appeal for death penalty cases, death sentence. So that has nothing to do with the attorneys. That's the way the system is set up. Our justice system is set up to do that. So the death penalty is actually more expensive. People will often ask me, well, Monica, what do you think about the death penalty? I don't have a problem with it. That's what our law is here in Arizona, and so it is what it is. What I don't like is how much money has to be put towards that when hopefully, or theoretically, you think that money could be put towards something else, like, I don't know, education.
I think that's something a lot of people's arguments here in Arizona.
Right, I know. So.
Okay, and a lot of people may have just joined us. They may have missed the first part of this discussion. Jonathan's asking, why was she set free to begin with? I have not followed the case that much, just bits and pieces. So maybe we can recap it. I know we have a camera outside of court, so I'm just monitoring this screen in case we see an opportunity where Steve Krafft is out there, maybe he gets an interview with Milke. We'll switch over if that happens.
Before I answer that question, let me. Steve and I were talking this morning, and he said, "Do you think Milke's going?" Excuse me.
Here, this is yours, by the way. I got this.
Do you think Milke's going to talk? And I said, well, typically, as a lawyer, when there's a case pending, you want to tell your client, don't talk. Just don't do it, because anything you say can be used against you, right? Whether it's criminal or civil. Well, her criminal case has been completely dismissed, but her civil case just started.
The one she filed.
Yes, the one that she filed, and it's for basically, wrongful prosecution. And I said, well, there's actually a lot that she could say that I don't think would hurt her civil case, so it wouldn't surprise me if she did come out and read a prepared statement, or her attorney came out and read a prepared statement, such as, I'm very upset by the treatment I received. I think it was wrong to prosecute me for 23 years. I could see her actually saying something.
Do you think anyone out there, any reporter, would be gutsy enough to ask her, were you involved in the killing of your child?
Oh, of course a reporter would ask that. I mean, that's
Are we
that's
expecting
their job.
That today? Here
Well,
we are,
could happen.
20.
It could happen. And you know what? She actually could come out and say, yeah, I did.
And it doesn't matter.
She could stand on the courthouse steps and she could say, yes, I helped plan the murder of my 4-year-old little boy. And there's nothing that they can do about it.
A lot of people would be pissed off, though.
Oh my gosh. The anger would be incredible. But then it goes back to the decision of, we need to show that the state and the police officers have to be the utmost honest. They have to be the epitome of honesty. And they weren't in this case, according to the Court of Appeals. So because of that, we have to draw a line in the sand, and we have to let her go in order to show how important this really is, that they disclose this information, they follow the Brady order of disclosing all exculpatory information. So, okay, so let's recap. Okay, so Debra Milke was convicted and sentenced to death row for the murder of her 4-year-old little boy. 2 men had taken him out to the desert and killed him they shot him 3 times in the back of his head. The allegations were that she was involved in that. Not that she went to the desert, not that she did anything to actually kill him, but that she was complicit in the entire plan and the conspiracy. Well, the only real evidence that was presented at trial against her, I should say the strongest evidence, was Detective Saldate's testimony. He said that she had confessed to him that she was involved in the killing of her son. The problem is there was no audio recording of it. There was no video recording, because this was a long time ago, before those were norms.
Right, this murder happened in December 1989.
Okay, so this was way back before, go cams and video cameras. And
iPhones.
Video cameras existed, but smartphones definitely did not. And he said that he had taken notes, but that he had destroyed those notes. So it was basically his testimony against hers. She always maintained that she never confessed to him. Well, during the trial, the first trial, the defense had asked for his personnel file, had asked for Detective Saldate's personnel file, which is a very typical thing. In almost every single trial, you always ask for the officers, the detectives' personnel file to find out, do they have any issues with lying, truth-telling, have they been suspended, etc. So it's a very normal thing. They asked for that, and it was not given to them. Well, the prosecutor's office and the police department knew that Detective Saldate was involved in various instances of misconduct and allegations of not telling the truth. Debra Milke was never given that information, which means that it was never presented to the jury. Had the jury known that information, they might have decided not to believe Detective Saldate. They might have decided that the state did not prove its case against her beyond a reasonable doubt. So the fact that that was not disclosed, the courts determined that that was prosecutorial misconduct, and it was so bad and so egregious, and the state should have known to disclose that information, that Debra Milke's conviction should be thrown out. And that is what's been going on. March 2013 is when we got the first decision that her conviction should be reversed from the Federal Court of Appeals. And then the Arizona Court of Appeals weighed in several months later and said the same thing. When that happened, then Bill Montgomery, the Maricopa County attorney, he filed an appeal with the Arizona Supreme Court to look at it and to basically reverse the Court of Appeals and allow the retrial of Debra Milke for the murder of her 4-year-old son. And the Arizona Supreme Court decided not to accept that case. And when that happened, then there was really nowhere else for the county attorney's office to go. So they were in court this morning for the judge to go ahead and dismiss the capital charges against her. There's your recap.
So, yes, they had this scheduled appearance in court this morning. Was there even a 1% possibility the judge would have said something else?
In my mind, no.
But what are the other things that the judge could have said?
There's really not much that the judge could have done, because with the Arizona Court of Appeals decision instructing the Superior Court, so in Arizona we have trial courts, then we have the Superior Court, which is essentially our main trial court level, then we have the Court of Appeals, and we have the Supreme Court. So the Court of Appeals instructed the Superior Court to dismiss the charges. So the judge in the Superior Court, I suppose that she could have said, I know I've been instructed to do it, but I won't do it. Well, that's not her job to make that call. She has been told by her superiors, so to speak, that she needed to dismiss the charges, so that's what needed to happen today. Something else could have always happened, but it wouldn't have been proper.
And Montgomery's office went then to the Supreme Court, which is the highest in this chain of courts.
The county attorney's office went to the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in our state, and asked it to look at the case and to rule the Court of Appeals was wrong. The Supreme Court said we're not accepting the case. And that was it. There's nothing else really to be done. So this morning, Debra Milke will walk out of court, if she hasn't already, a completely free, acquitted person. She can do whatever she wants. She can travel, she can go to Germany, she can have computers, iPhones, smartphones, shave her head, dye her hair color, and I say that because that was a big deal when she appeared in court after being released the first time.
Someone on here, I don't know if this is true, they said that Jodi Arias is going to be in Debra Milke's former cell.
Well, she's I mean, she could be technically, but not for very long. And it's not like the cell actually belongs to Debra Milke, but it's, where she called home. So yeah, it could be. It absolutely could be. There are several cells in Perryville along death row for women because they have them divided between men and women. So yeah, it could happen.
So even though one of the men convicted in this trial, Scott, he had said that Milke wanted her son killed, that wasn't evidence enough? That wasn't used at all against her?
No. And even if it was, no one deemed it to be
reliable?
Yes,
admissible?
Reliable or strong enough information or testimony. Because think about it this way. You have two men that actually killed him. And are you going to believe them when they say that she helped us, or it was her fault, or it was her plan? I mean, inherently, their testimony or their evidence would be deemed unreliable. You would say, well, you're just saying that because you don't want to take responsibility or you want to pull someone down for you. But then there's been other stories out there where neither one of them really implicated her at all. I mean, neither one of them came right out and said it was her plan, she did it. There's stories back and forth about who said what and when, but if that was true, if they had both testified that she had done this, perhaps the jury would have coupled their testimony with Soldate's, and we wouldn't be in the same situation we are. But the bottom line is Detective Soldate's testimony was the most relevant.
Right, so the fact that they didn't almost implies that she wasn't involved.
Yeah, it could definitely imply that. But then you wonder, okay, even if she wasn't involved and these two guys knew that Detective Soldate was testifying that she had confessed, why wouldn't they jump on the bandwagon and say, absolutely, she was involved in order to get some kind of deal?
Right.
So it makes you wonder, why didn't they come out against her completely?
I have no idea. I think that's the puzzling part.
It is puzzling because even if she really wasn't involved at all,
right,
which under the law right now, she is deemed to not have been involved at all because she has no conviction whatsoever, you would think that they would lie.
Right. I mean, they're already in that position anyways.
Right. So you would think they would lie, cheat, and steal in order to get a better deal, but apparently not.
They have the worst of the worst deals. They were sentenced to death.
Yeah. So you would think they would use anything to help themselves. Just to bring up that Arizona is not a state that sentences women to death row very often.
Right.
It doesn't happen very often.
A lot of our viewers learned very recently.
Yeah, when we talked about Arias.
Mm-hmm.
Debra Milke was the first woman that was actually convicted and sentenced to death row since 1932. And she was one of 3 women on death row when the Arias trial started back in December of 2012. And then by March 2013, that's when the first decision came out about her conviction and the problems with her conviction. So, like right now, since Jodi Arias didn't get the death penalty and Debra Milke is off, there are only 2 women on death row in Arizona. And if you're interested to look at who those women are and what they did, and if you're interested to see the over 100 men that are on death row, see 2 women, over 100 men, you can go to the Arizona Department of Corrections or Arizona Prison website, and they actually have tabs there that give you all the information about who is actually on death row, what their date of convictions, the facts about their case, and I can't remember if there's possible execution dates or not, but you can get a lot of information on there. There's a lot of FAQs on there about death row itself. Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
I'm going to pull up some old file video, including photo of Debra Milke so people who are watching at home can have some context. This is the woman that we are talking about. This is Debra Milke. Was that Detective Saldate?
I'm not sure.
I believe.
Oh, I think, yeah.
Right here.
Yep.
So that is the man who is accused of misconduct. That's Christopher Milke, 4 years old, super cute kid.
I don't even want to look at the picture. It's just so upsetting.
He would have been 29 years old.
And there's Debra Milke sitting there with her attorneys with her new haircut and style, which the only reason I bring that up is because people in the social media world just went crazy when they saw her different look. But obviously she's going to look different when she's off death row.
Right.
And she was released. When all this was going on, she was actually released from prison. She wasn't held in prison. And then there she is before she was released. And there she is back when the murder happened.
Wow.
So the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, they issued its decision March 14th of 2013. And it said, and I'm just reading a summary from it, the panel, which is the judges from the Federal Circuit or the Federal Court of Appeals, said, the state knew of the evidence in the personnel file of Detective Saldate, and it had an obligation to produce those documents, and that there is a reasonable probability that disclosure of that evidence, so of Detective Saldate's personnel file, the problems that he had with truth-telling or lying, and some instances of where he propositioned a woman for sex. Yikes. There's a probability that disclosure of that evidence would have led to a different result. The panel remanded with instructions that the district court grant a conditional writ of habeas corpus, setting aside the conviction and sentence. And then the decision continues. It said that the state remained unconstitutionally silent. So in other words, the county attorney's office and the prosecutor, Norman Levy, they unconstitutionally remained silent. Instead of disclosing the information about Detective Saldate's history of misconduct and accompanying court orders and disciplinary action. The panel held that the state court's failure to comply with Brady, which is the case that talks about giving this evidence over, resulted in a decision by the state post-conviction court that was contrary to clearly established Supreme Court law, and that the state court so misread the evidence that it was wrong. As a result of these two failings, the Court of Appeals could not accord deference to the state court's decision to convict her. So, I mean, pretty strongly worded opinion here. Very, very interesting. You can find that if you go to, you can actually just Google it and Google Federal Court of Appeals Milke decision. It was CV 9800060. If anybody out there wants to look it up. Very interesting.
Wow.
And then it also, as I mentioned earlier in our Q&A, it lays out the cases that Detective Saldate was involved in, where there were issues and problems, and what those issues and problems were. So it gives you a really good history of him, at least as an officer, a detective, and then it also gives more information about this case itself. And it's really, the Court of Appeals decisions had nothing to do, well, I shouldn't say nothing, but mostly it had nothing to do with whether Debra Milke was guilty or not, or involved in the killing of her son or not. It was mostly about Detective Saldate's record and how it wasn't disclosed. And I think that is what is extremely important here.
So if Saldate hadn't said that, it's possible that Debra Milke could have still been found guilty, just maybe not placed on death row.
Oh yeah, it's possible that if the defense had brought out the information about Saldate's personnel record, the problems he had in 1973 about propositioning the woman for sex, and which, by the way, is a no-no for cops.
Well, yeah.
Big no-no. And then all the other cases where he was having trouble with his credibility, if they had brought that out, the jury could have listened to it and said, no, we still believe him, and we believe that the state proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Absolutely could have still done that. And then the conviction could still be on the records. She wouldn't be free today if only the state had disclosed it.
So it's really just that one.
Yeah, it's the fact that it wasn't disclosed. So number one, the fact that the evidence existed, and number two, that it was not disclosed and she wasn't able to use it in trial.
Wow.
Credibility of witnesses is huge because the jury is instructed that they are the sole triers of fact and of credibility. It's their call. We could have an extreme position here, the Pope on the stand, where people consider him to never lie, always tell the truth, be of the utmost character. But if the jury doesn't like him, they don't have to believe him. It's their call, their decision. But the job of the state is to put all the information out there, all the relevant information that's out there. And the court said in this case, they didn't do that. And that's why there was a problem.
How did this detective still have his job?
He did keep his job after all this, but he's not working anymore. I believe he's retired.
Right. I'm just
when we went
surprised with
through
all the allegations, even through the
Right.
70s and 80s,
Right.
that he was still a detective.
I know.
1989, 1990. I think that's just surprising because I feel like if those sort of allegations came to light in this day and age,
Oh, he would.
that would
have a
not be.
job.
Yeah, it would
he
not
would be suspended immediately.
Absolutely.
But I think part of that is because we have social media. We have the
You're right.
media that is so involved, and our information can be passed so quickly. I mean, Twitter, we can put something out on Twitter, and all of a sudden people around the world know what's going on within, a second. So departments wouldn't be able to hide that or sweep that under the rug or keep it quiet. And Detective Saldate was a very successful detective for the prosecutor's office. I mean, he worked hand in hand with them, and they received several convictions where he was a witness in the cases. So it's not something that they would have wanted out there.
Right.
But you're right. In today's time, he wouldn't have a job.
I think that's what's puzzling me so much because if I heard of any of this police misconduct, detective we would be covering it like crazy on the news, and as the media we would make sure
We'd plaster it out there.
We would
because
make
that
sure
is-
this guy wasn't in that position to do something
That's right,
like this.
because that's information that the public would need to know and
Right.
should know, because the officers are supposed to be of the utmost character and protect us and be honest. Prosecutors are supposed to make sure that justice is done. So the media would have that out there. And in fact, let's go back to the Arias case for a minute, just as an example. The defense alleged prosecutorial misconduct and really police misconduct because we had the hearing that lasted days about the computer and what the investigators did with the computer, and if they had erased things,
Right.
if they had incorrectly seized the evidence, turned the computer on. I mean, that was a big deal and lasted a long time. So that's an example.
That's why they were spending so much time on the computer, was to prove prosecutorial misconduct.
Yes, absolutely. That's why the defense had that hearing and kept going after it, was to show prosecutorial misconduct, because they knew, especially after the Milke decision
Right.
came out, that if they could show prosecutorial misconduct that was intentional and egregious, that Jodi Arias' case could be thrown out.
Now it makes sense.
That's what
and I feel
happened
like
with Milke.
That answers a lot of viewers' questions, because for so long, we'd sit up here and they would ask us questions such as why the defense keeps bringing up the computer over and over. They thought it was completely irrelevant to the fact that Travis was shot and stabbed 27 times,
Yep.
But that's a really interesting point, because if they were successful,
And prove
in theory,
prosecutorial misconduct.
Arias could be free.
She could be just like Milke right now. But they didn't prove it. Now, we will hear issues again about prosecutorial misconduct in the Arias appeals. That absolutely will be there.
Will Arias get an appeal, though? She has to be approved for an appeal, right? Since she didn't get the death penalty?
Yeah, she didn't get the death penalty, so she doesn't get a mandatory appeal.
Right.
But she has enough issues that came up during the trial. Whether there'll be enough to win an appeal or not, she has plenty of issues.
Like, what would they argue?
Well, they would
for her
argue
appeal?
all the prosecutorial misconduct again, all throughout the entire trial. And then they could argue issues about the collection of evidence, which is also part of the prosecutorial misconduct. The fact that witnesses did not want to testify for her because they didn't want to testify in front of the media. She'll try to bring that one up. I don't think it will work because the Supreme Court declined to hear that issue. So the Court of Appeals decision stood in that one. But we'll hear more about it. And speaking of hearing more about prosecutorial misconduct, so Debra Milke filed her civil case against the county attorney's office and the Phoenix Police Department and Detective Soldate, along with several other detectives that were involved. They filed this in the United States District Court, District of Arizona, so federal court, not in state court, but in federal court. And this was filed, what is the exact date here? Where is it at? March 13th, 2015 is what I have here. Yep. And the cause of action is a violation of U.S. Statute 1983, claim for deprivation of liberty without due process of law and violation of rights to a fair trial, among other claims. So it's a 1983 claim. It's a claim that you often hear defendants talk about. Their civil rights claim is a 1983 claim. Basically, prosecutorial misconduct, and she shouldn't have been
chaos.
put in prison.
Hold on. Stuff is happening outside
Right
court.
now.
There she is.
I do.
What's tell me your reaction?
Back off.
Can you tell us your reaction?
I have more to say tomorrow.
Anything you can say to us today?
I feel good.
Do you feel vindicated?
Right now. I will say more tomorrow.
Why tomorrow?
Anything?
I'm pushing. Yeah, we have a press.
Feeling my foot.
Please give her some space.
What are your plans now?
I'm not saying any more. I have a press conference tomorrow.
Your reaction, Mike?
Oh, it's a wonderful day. This is
Lori,
it's unbelievable.
What do you
I don't want to hurt anybody here. I'm sorry.
say again?
Thrilled and relieved.
Yes.
What's the next step? Tell us about this case against prosecutors, a civil lawsuit. Why you feel that this needs to be rectified.
I'm not involved in the civil suit. Mike is. So.
Mike, talk to us about that, please.
Well, you probably should have the lead civil attorneys that are going to be involved in that case make statements about it, but obviously it's been filed because there's a statute of limitations issue that was facing it. I think the complaint that was filed speaks for itself, so it will go on from there. But probably the civil attorneys who are involved will be the people you'll really need to have address all of the issues in that case.
And
Debra, what are you going to do now?
With the case dismissed, there's still a lot of people think that you were responsible for the killing of your son. Anything you can say about that?
We'll address everything tomorrow.
Please, everybody. My foot's killing me.
What was it like getting that deadly?
I'm feeling breathe fresh air.
I've been breathing fresh air for a very long time.
Anything you're going to do right now to celebrate?
Not right now. In a bit.
Thank you very much.
What was it like to see Stephanie today? She said she wasn't able to see you for quite a while because of the arrangements and things. What did you say to her on the hallway?
What do you think about this?
We're having a press conference tomorrow, and I will address.
Mike, apparently you're having a news conference tomorrow.
We are. 11:30 we're going to have a news conference to try to answer everybody's questions at that time.
Oh, yeah.
It's just hard right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
You know, then you got me at all times when I got a broken foot.
Hang in there, man. We'll see you tomorrow at your office.
Okay. Well, it won't be at our office.
Oh.
It's going to be over at Lori's office, and there's a building there above the parking garage where it's going to be.
A little overwhelmed. I feel crowded right now.
Excuse us. Thank you.
It's taking a while to get used to it. It's a long, long journey with so many ups and downs. It's really hard to believe that it's finally happened, that all of a sudden she's totally exonerated, that, you know, that here is a woman that suffered for years, that maliciously was prosecuted. She was innocent. It was all based upon a police officer that just totally lied. And to see her free today and totally free and exonerated, it's an unbelievable feeling. Just unbelievable.
Here's our ride.
Okay, and I have to take my little part apart, so it's going to be a little tricky. Here, I got it.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay.
From here I'm fine.
You should be younger to have that kind of
I know
injury.
that.
It should be a sports injury.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, I talked
Are you
to
a
him
friend of
upstairs,
Deborah's?
Yeah.
No, I'm a German
tomorrow-
journalist. Oh, okay.
Giving her a hug, I did not.
Yeah, well, we've,
You've
we've been in
covered this?
contact. Yeah, I've been covering this since the year 2000, so there has been a really sort of...
Krafft, man.
Paul?
Always a pleasure.
Well,
Ride for both. That's right.
For those of you just tuning in, we are watching live images as Debra Milke leaves the courthouse. She just entered the car. We're watching as the car leaves.
yeah, I think I knew that.
And as she mentioned while walking out, she'll have more information tomorrow, which indicates there will be a press conference of some sort tomorrow that we will carry live here on News Now. Right now, we're just still watching these images, just in case Steve Krafft
Nobody got
manages to
hurt.
get an interview with
No,
someone else.
well, I thought that was very simple.
At the scene. Little chaotic.
Scrums, I've seen a lot worse.
See how chaotic it gets when someone comes out of court,
Right.
and you have the reporters and the photographers,
Right.
which are the cameramen, and regular people too, wanting to not only get on camera but stand behind her and hear what's going on, because the whole, I'll say, profession of trial watching now, by just people that are retired or don't have another job, they just watch trials, and so they want to be part of this, to hear what's going on, maybe blog about it. So it can get very, very chaotic. In fact, when the Arias
This
came
looked
out,
very familiar to all of that, and I think it's a familiar ramp, I guess, that these viewers are used to seeing. I think we've
it was
lost
in the
signal.
same. It was in the same court tower as the Arias, and after Arias, it was almost like a mob with the family and the supporters of Travis Alexander, and then all the reporters and cameras, and not only that, but trial watchers and bloggers following, trying to get statements. And
how many people were in that courtroom at the time the verdict was read? Probably just completely packed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 rows of 8 chairs on Travis Alexander's side, and then roughly the same thing on the other side. And then they brought in extra chairs. So let's say 80, plus 90, probably 95 in the where the public and the media sits.
And then there was a separate watch room.
There were the 12 jurors that were deliberating, and then the 2 alternates, 1 dismissed juror, and then the court staff and deputies. So probably there was, roughly like 125 people in the courtroom.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good that it was in the South Court Tower, which is our newest court here, which is very nice and very large. Debra Milke was in that same court tower. We saw her come out. Several things were brought out by her comments and by her attorney's comments. First of all, she said that she wouldn't say anything until tomorrow, or she would have more to say tomorrow. That indicates that there will be a press conference, so we'll get details on that, and Fox 10 Phoenix will have all that information for you, and in fact might even carry that press conference live.
We'll probably carry it here live.
Okay.
We'll be here live.
And I think that they said 11:30.
Is that what they said?
I think that's what I heard, but don't quote me on that. But for all of you out there, you might want to just maybe stick it in your calendar or look it up on the news later tonight, or even this afternoon. We might have that information.
Follow
as soon
us
as
on
we
Twitter.
get it.
If you haven't been there,
Right.
we'll be tweeting about it.
As soon as we get it, we'll let you know. And you can also follow me on Twitter at Monica Lindstrom. I know, very creative Twitter name, but hey, it works, right?
So I think it's actually, personally, I think it's the best possible username when you can get your full name.
When you only get 140 characters to say
Right.
anything, I wish I had a shorter name.
Because you're losing.
Right?
6.
A lot.
9. 15.
Right? Seriously, that's 15 of my
That's a
140
lot of
characters. Sometimes I have to put continued on my tweet so that you know that there's another one coming.
One thing I do want to ask you about, we were talking about it a little bit off camera. Christopher, the 4-year-old's father, what role did he play in all of this? I guess when the trial first occurred, when it was overturned. I mean, you said you've seen him in court.
Yeah, I've definitely seen him in court, and one of my best friends has actually represented him in some different proceedings having to do with this. He was never criminally charged, as far as I know, having anything to do with this, and he has always been very outspoken in his disdain for Debra Milke and what had happened to his son, which you could absolutely understand.
Right.
He hasn't been on her side. He has not maintained that she has been innocent this entire time.
What was their relationship?
They were together for, I believe, a short period of time, and actually that resulted in Christopher Milke being born. But they were, at the time of Christopher's death, when he was 4, they were no longer together. So whatever the history was, it wasn't a very long history. And imagine how he has had to go through life knowing that the mother of his child was convicted and put on death row for killing his son. I mean, I really can't imagine anything worse. So I would not be surprised if we hear something from him, but I highly doubt it'll be in no way supporting Debra Milke. Which, I can't say that I blame him.
Right.
I can't say that I blame him at all. So
was he brought up during the trial? Did he testify? Do we know?
I'm not sure if he testified or not, but if you think about it, he wasn't involved in the taking of Christopher. He wasn't involved in him being taken to the desert and being shot, and he wasn't involved during the investigation. Now, it's my understanding that Debra Milke, once she realized that Christopher was missing, she stayed at her own apartment for a little while because we didn't have cell phones then, right? These things didn't exist then. And she knew that Christopher knew her phone number. So she was staying next to the phone in her apartment in case Christopher called her.
That was her story.
Yes. And then eventually she left there, and I believe that she went to Christopher's father's house in Florence with his family because she didn't have any family here. Her family was in Germany. So she was staying there, to get family support, that kind of thing. But that's about all that I know about how he was involved. But I do know he wasn't involved at all in the killing or the conspiracy because he was never charged with anything. So we just saw Debra Milke come out of the courtroom with her attorneys, and she didn't say much. She said that she would talk more tomorrow, but it brought up a couple of issues in my mind, and I'm sure there's probably some questions about that.
Jane's asking, will there be a book released or a Lifetime movie?
That's funny. Jane, what a great question, because actually at the top of my list, I was writing things down as she was talking and coming out of the courthouse as to what we could talk about. And book deals. Typically when a defendant is convicted of a crime, in Arizona we have a statute here. It's affectionately called the Son of Sam law. Some of you might remember the Son of Sam case that happened, I think it was back in the 70s or the late 60s, I think. But essentially what it says is that a convicted defendant cannot profit from their crime. So let's take Arias, for example, because she has been convicted. She cannot make money from selling her story, having a book deal or a movie deal, anything like that. She cannot make money because she would be profiting from her crime. Well, Milke, she's been acquitted. the conviction has been thrown out. So she is no longer she's no longer deemed convicted. That means that she could sell her story. She could write a book, she could have a movie, she could have a paid interview, you name it, she could do it, and she could keep all the money from that. In fact, I would not be surprised if at a minimum Lifetime, because they're the ones that did the Jodi Arias movie, if they reached out to her. I would not be surprised if she wrote a book about this. If she doesn't, perhaps her lawyers
do a paid interview.
Right. Perhaps her lawyers would write a book about the journey. In fact, we heard one of her lawyers, Mike Kimmer, he was stating how this has been a very long journey with ups and downs. So it would be interesting to hear his side of the story as well, at least from the legal angle, because I'm a geek and I like the legal angle, right? But he could do that as long as he had her permission to do it. So I anticipate we will see some kind of TV movie at a minimum, and there will be some kind of book about it. Maybe not written by them, maybe by somebody else, but she'll be able to profit from it. She can absolutely profit from it, and she might need to in order to pay for some of this stuff. So, interesting. Very, very good question.
See whatever else people...
I just want to make sure that we're answering the questions.
Here's it's an unrelated question. Well, I guess it's about trials. Jonathan Blinn wants to know, curious about the double jeopardy law regarding Amanda Knox. I believe her and her boyfriend Raphael are innocent, but if Italian court does uphold the conviction, will
she be extradited?
I pray not.
Well, here's the issue. Amanda Knox is being tried, and she's been convicted and appealed and released over in an Italian court, okay? Double jeopardy over there, I don't even know if they have double jeopardy. We have that here in the United States. So double jeopardy doesn't even come into play. Our double jeopardy laws don't come into play. Amanda Knox trial or case first happened back in 2007, and I remember that because that was when I first started doing this legal analyst work for different networks. And it was a fascinating case because we were dealing with a completely different justice system and law. She was convicted, and then their appeals court reversed her conviction, and then they wanted to try her again. The issue is she going to be extradited? Will the United States extradite her? And that's a very interesting issue. You get into foreign policy with that because there's a lot of people in America that say, hey, her trial wasn't run properly. It doesn't follow the same laws that we have. We should not extradite her. She is still an American citizen. She was found guilty, but their appellate court reversed it, so she shouldn't have to go back. But America needs to look at it, what are our relations with Italy? Do we want to possibly burn that bridge or cause a problem for Amanda Knox? So it's a delicate issue that implicates federal policy, and I know that the Italian court can retry her, just like they could retry, if we had the same situation, we could retry her. For example, Debra Milke, she could have been retried for the same thing without double jeopardy attaching if the Arizona Supreme Court had reversed the Court of Appeals. When you get a conviction and it's reversed or sent back from an appellate court, to have that retrial isn't considered double jeopardy. That is allowed.
It's just a retrial. So it's considered the first trial.
Right. If the person had been completely acquitted at the trial court, and then was retried for that exact same crime, double jeopardy attaches. So that's kind of a long explanation, but the Italian court system is different, not completely, but different enough from the U.S. system that our double jeopardy would not be implicated there. But good question. Very good question. I see that you like watching trials.
A lot of these folks are a lot of them found us because of all of our areas coverage over the last month and a half.
Let's see, another issue that I was thinking of, besides the book deal and the movie and the Son of Sam Law, her press conference. So we talked earlier about what could she say at this point. Really, she can say whatever she wants because of double jeopardy and the Court of Appeals decision, she absolutely cannot be retried for this crime. So she could actually come out and say, yeah, I did it. And there's nothing that can be done.
Realistically, though, she's not going to.
Realistically, nobody in their right mind would ever come out and say anything like that.
Against wherever you live.
Yeah,
I mean, she's probably already facing threats.
Oh, I'm sure.
But
there's probably lots of obstacles she's going to have to get through for the rest of her life. But she could come out and say how she's thrilled that she's released. She doesn't have this hanging over her head anymore. She's free. She never did it. She's always professed her innocence. Things like that. She could absolutely say that. That won't hurt her civil case. But one thing she needs to be mindful of is anything that she does say can turn around and be used again, or not again, but used against her in her civil case. Now, it's a much lower standard than beyond a reasonable doubt because it's a civil case. However, if she were to say, yeah, I did it, the attorneys for the county and for the police department could say, look, she did it. There wasn't really prosecutorial misconduct. See, no harm, no foul kind of argument. I mean, they probably won't because that's very simplistic, but they could use it against her. So I would encourage you to watch what she's going to say and what her attorneys are going to say. I think it's going to be very insightful, not only from her standpoint of the criminal trial, but to see what's going to happen with the civil trial. And you heard her attorney say that the civil lawsuit was filed because they were coming up on a statute of limitations problem. A statute of limitations is a statute, a law that says that you have to file certain cases within a certain period of time. And if you don't, then you lose that right altogether. So she had to file her lawsuit. Let's see.
What is the statute of limitations length in this case?
I'm assuming, I didn't look that up, but I'm thinking that it's 2 years. And the reason why I think that is because the Federal Court of Appeals decision came out March 13th of 2013. And her lawsuit was filed March 13th of 2015. And he said that there was a statute of limitations issue. And it's never, I haven't heard of a statute of limitations where it's a half year. So it's usually 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year, all the way up to 6 years. Well, I mean, there's some that are more. And for murder, there's never a statute of limitations.
Isn't rape is 7? And I only know that because of all the Cosby coverage and all the stuff that they were talking about. Right.
Yeah. It gets a little sticky when you're dealing with molestation cases and dealing with children.
Murder is the one where there's no statute of limitations.
The one where there's none at all across the board universally is murder. So that's what I think the statute of limitations is. That seems to make sense, but we can always look it up if we need to. So regarding her civil case, people are wondering, what it's about. It's a 1983 claim. Think of your just civil rights claim, prosecutorial misconduct, deprivation of liberty. And there are, let's see, how many counts were there? The defendants are the City of Phoenix, Maricopa County, Armando Saldate Jr., who's a detective. Other detectives were Robert Mills, Jim House, Russell Davis, Charles Messino, Judy Townsend, Harvey Hamrick, Frank DeModica, Silverio Ontiveros, Michael John, Walter Birkby. Basically, it sounds like everybody that was involved in the case, at least from the detective standpoint. And then, of course, Bill Montgomery is named only in his official capacity because he's the county attorney. Because, again, he was not involved in the case at all. In fact, I do not believe he was even part of the office back then. So when we're looking at the actual counts, let's see. I have it all printed here. It's a 72-page complaint, and there are 8 counts, basically all against deprivation of liberty. And then in her prayer for relief, so what is she asking for? She's asking for a trial by jury. She wants damages against all the defendants. She doesn't put down a dollar amount. She basically says that will be determined through the discovery and at trial. She does want punitive damages. Now, punitive damages is basically punishment. Do you guys all remember the McDonald's case? That is a
the hot coffee
case.
one?
Yes, the hot coffee McDonald's case. There was a huge jury award, and a big chunk of that was punitive damages. The jury wanted to punish McDonald's for what they were doing. And so you'll often hear about punitive damages, think of punishment. So she wants damages also to punish. And this could be the type of case where she gets it, because 2 court of appeals came out and said that it was egregious conduct by the police department and the county attorney's office. I mean, egregious, punish.
How much could she get out of this?
Oh gosh, how much is your life? 23 years of your life in jail. Death row, not even jail, death row, where you're solitary, you're by yourself, you have very limited contact. How much is that worth?
It's an interesting situation though, because I feel like as a member of the public, you're much more forgiving and much more willing to accept some sort of civil lawsuit like this if it's proven through DNA that you didn't kill your child, and then you're free. And those are some of those heartwarming stories you see periodically on the news.
Very good point.
You know?
Yes.
Man was on death row for 20 years. Turns out he didn't do it.
Right.
Then he's free. We all watch. We're all happy for the man. This isn't that situation. No. And that's why I feel like there's this... I get what you're saying. Mm-hmm. When you're saying you're looking at it from a legal point of view and then a mom point of view. It's just a human point of view.
Yeah, from a human point of view, people could absolutely still believe she's guilty. And you know what? She absolutely could be, meaning she could have been involved. Absolutely. I'm not going to say she's guilty because I can't use that word because she's been acquitted. She absolutely could have been involved. This reversal, this dismissal has nothing to do with whether she was involved or not. It has to do with Detective Saldate's testimony and the failure to disclose that so she could use it at trial. So it is not a case where DNA evidence shows that she was not involved, or a hidden video showing that she wasn't involved, or anything like that. It's simply about the detective's testimony and his personnel record and the failure to disclose it. So people get very frustrated with this case, and I can understand why, because a little boy is dead. At least there are 2 men that were convicted and were found responsible for it, found guilty of it. So we're going back a little bit about the Milke case. We were just talking about the 2 men. Scott, who was one of the the 2 men, not Stiers, who Debra Milke and Christopher lived with, and he's the one that took him initially to go to the mall to see Santa Claus. Scott, who was the other one that was involved, you had mentioned before that he was offered a plea bargain for 21 years, but he didn't accept that for whatever reason, whether it was his lawyer or not, and then he was convicted and sentenced to death. Both Stiers and Scott, they were tried separately, so they weren't tried together. They could have been, because the same facts, same circumstances, same crime, but they were tried separately.
Why did they choose to, in a situation like this, why do they typically choose to try separately versus together when they were involved in or accused of being involved in the same crime?
Something very simple could be when they're trying Stiers, they could point the fingers at Scott and say Stiers was involved, but he didn't shoot, or maybe he wasn't involved. Scott, in his own trial, could point the finger. Well, if you have them both in the same courtroom, then the same jury is going, okay, well, one of you did it, so we're convicting you both. I mean, that could be a very simple thing. There could be lots of other reasons why they decided to separate it, but that could be just the most simple explanation. Scott would not testify against Milke at her trial. That's interesting. But he was also the one that had mental issues and had been deprived of his medication and food for a couple days during the interrogation process. So this case is extremely interesting. There's a lot more out there that we haven't talked about, so I would encourage anybody to go, investigate it, so to speak, through Google and get some information, because it's very interesting. So when the decision came out by the Federal Court of Appeals in March of 2013, then in July, the intention came out that they were going to continue to go for the retrial. So in other words, the county attorney's office didn't give up without a fight.
I haven't read anything about the men that were convicted and put on death row, if they appeal. I mean, they automatically get appeals, right? But obviously, as far as we know, they were not successful in those appeals.
Because they still are there.
Right.
Yep. Let's see. She talked about how she was overwhelmed. When she came out of the courthouse, one of the things she said was she was overwhelmed. I'm wondering, was she overwhelmed with happiness that it was finally over, or was she overwhelmed by the mob that was all around her?
Right.
Probably both. And then her attorney had said this has been a very long journey with ups and downs, and how he was clearly pleased with the result, which, as a defense attorney, that really has to be the pinnacle of, maybe not your legal career, but the pinnacle of anything of any case you could have.
Right.
Not only the jury finding your client not guilty, but going through this incredibly long journey and then having 2 Court of Appeals say, no, state messed up.
Right.
That has to be really big for the defense attorneys. So
I see Steve Krafft out of the corner of my eye, and I wonder if he's here to tell us something new.
I don't know what you guys have been talking about.
Everything we can about Milke. They mentioned something about a press conference. Did you get the time or anything about that?
Yeah.
Do you want to let me switch out?
I'll just lean in.
Okay, real quick.
Here, let me switch out.
No. Don't go. I'm just going to get another, I'm going to call an audible here and get another seat.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, because we've done that before.
Here we go.
We've had 3 of us up here. We just need a chair.
Good.
Steve knows where that chair is.
Well, do you know what? I think it's good. I've probably answered as many of the questions that I could right now.
Yeah, I don't see any new questions coming up right now.
So I'm going to tag in Steve.
Okay.
So that he can tell us about what happened at the court. You can continue to follow me on Twitter at Monica Lindstrom. I'm also on KTAR a lot, which is our local radio station. So you can always find me. And now I'm tagging you in. Right?
Thanks so much for all of your help and legal authority.
We're like pro wrestlers.
Right? Exactly.
By the way, just to answer how much is your life worth, someone decided to calculate 40 hours a week at $10 an hour for 23 years is just under $500,000.
Oh, good Lord.
That's not much.
But if it's 24/7 at
That's
$10
right.
an hour for 23 years, it's over $2 million.
And don't forget, no contact or very limited contact. So
he was using $10 because it's near minimum wage.
Did you get about 3 or 4 million?
I don't know.
Hi, Steve Krafft.
Hey.
What's up? We watched you.
Uh-oh.
We watched you live as you
Oh, yeah, it was big.
tried to track down, or you were tracking down Miss
Debra Milke.
Debra Milke.
Right. Monica, is this your iPad?
Yeah.
That's cool. All right, well, I don't think I can top in any way what Monica has done. So I'm going to leave.
Well, you have a different perspective. You were there today.
I was there.
You weren't there today.
I wish the Arias trial had been conducted as expeditiously as today's hearing.
That was literally like, what, 10 seconds in court?
It was one of those rare times in court where if you're late, it really matters.
Right, and they started on time.
Mostly we'd rush over to the Arias case and it would start like 45 minutes late. Today, really had to bust it to get there by 8:30, and it was started at 8:30. It was done at 8:32.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I saw a glimpse of it in one of these monitors. I was like, oh, I should probably take that. And
that was it.
10 seconds later, that was it. And then
Yep.
it went to black. And I was like, all right, well, that's
That was
what we
it.
were waiting for this
I know.
morning.
It was a formality. It was a crossing of T's and a dotting of I's.
And I asked Monica about this.
No, it was not.
There
Trust me, I was looking.
wasn't,
Oh, okay.
what's that?
I think you were talking about whether Mr. Arizona Milke was present, the former husband of Debra Milke, at this hearing today. He's been a very outspoken opponent of Debra Milke at every path, every step along the way, I should say. He has advocated to keep her in prison. He firmly believes she is guilty. We did not see him today, however, in this brief court hearing, nor did I see him anywhere outside the hearing. So he may talk at some point to us. However, we did not see him today.
And that's the father.
That's Christopher's
Christopher.
father, right? He's been very
Let's go back.
outspoken in this
The
case.
photo of Christopher.
Yeah.
So cute.
Yes, he was a very cute little boy.
So, what was the vibe like in that courtroom today?
It was hard to even capture a vibe because it was over before it started, practically. The judge just said, our prosecutors and defense attorneys here, yes, yes. Is Debra Milke here? Yes. There is a motion to dismiss the case with prejudice. That means, with prejudice means you cannot bring it back. It's gone for good. Is there anything that the prosecutor wants to say? And Prosecutor Vince Imbordino, who is not the original prosecutor at all in this case, said, no, we have nothing to say on this. Defense, do you have anything to say? No, we do not. Okay, it is so ordered. Case dismissed with prejudice. that was it. Then let's move on to the rest of the calendar. So at that point we left. Debra Milke went into a side room with her attorneys. She then went down to get her ankle bracelet monitor removed, which she's been wearing for 1.5 years plus now.
So that was the official freeing of Debra Milke, I
That's
guess
correct.
you could say.
That's correct. And she walked out of the courthouse essentially a private citizen like anybody else.
So for the last 1.5 years, she was free?
She was free, but not exactly,
But
because
not free.
she was being monitored. She had to. She had
But
court
she could
conditions.
still go to the grocery store and do normal
She could. I don't.
things.
Nobody knows where she was or what she was doing or who she was staying with.
Right. There were no whereabouts. No one was...
No, I heard various rumors. I didn't know for a fact where she was. Somewhere in the valley. She had to stay in touch with the court. She had to keep in touch with personnel as to her whereabouts, which she did. Her attorneys are very, very circumspect about what was going on. They had very little to say. Even today, they had very little to say. Tomorrow, though, at 11:30, in a facility next to one of the attorney's offices, there will be a long news conference, and she will talk at that point.
Do we know it's going to be... You say, do we know it's going to be lengthy?
We don't know, but I haven't been to a couple of these before. In other cases where people were taken off death row and later freed, there will be a lot of questions. And depends on her how much she wants to talk about it.
What do you think is going to be the most, I don't want to say commonly asked question, because once a question's asked, no one's going to repeat it, but what do you think are the questions that every reporter is going to have on their mind?
Well, a lot of people may harbor the feeling that you're a murderer. What do you say to them? That's one question. The other question is, what did you do to avoid losing your sanity for 22 plus years?
Right.
Another question is, what are you going to do now? Another question would be, do you harbor any bitterness towards the prosecutor? Do you harbor any bitterness towards the real villain in this case, who was former Phoenix police detective Armando Soldate? Are you bitter about that, the guy who put you away? And the case, of course, has crumbled. Are you going to leave the country is another question I would ask.
Right, because she was from Germany.
Yeah, she doesn't speak German.
She was born in Germany.
She has a German mother who passed away and an American father. So she could technically, I think, go back to... She could go to Germany. I don't know if she would or wouldn't.
Right.
There was an interesting sidelight in that there was a German television network. This is a big story in Germany and in Europe generally. They're more interested in this than the American media. They have covered it more than we have, generally, in terms of following this for years and years. It's been a scandalous story in Germany.
Because she's of German descent.
Because she's of German citizenry,
yeah,
or partially
that's true.
anyway.
Right.
So
she was born in Germany.
Yeah, so they basically are saying, you know, it holds up a sort of a magnifying glass to the German media as to a glimpse into the American legal system. How was it this woman was put away? The fact they don't have a death penalty, and we do have a death penalty. So the fact that there's a woman on death row and essentially solitary confinement in a box for years and years is fascinating to these foreign reporters.
Rachel's asking, so Milke has a clean record now. In theory, she can leave the U.S., own a gun,
yes,
etc.
She
There's
has
nothing on
her record. Rachel's no more different than yours, presumably.
Joe Foley, 23 years in jail. Is she going to be compensated? Well, that's where the civil suit
right.
comes into play, right?
And we had a guy named Ray Crone who was falsely convicted. Same prosecutor, interestingly, Noah Levy, who screwed up that case, screwed up this one. He's not retired. But anyway, Ray Crone, I think he got between $3 and $4 million. It turned out there was DNA evidence that
proved he was innocent.
Well,
that's something that I just brought up with Monica about 10 minutes ago. This idea that, okay, if you're on death row for dozens of years and then you're freed because DNA proves otherwise, as spectators of the whole case, you're on the side of this now innocent individual. In this scenario, there's never been DNA evidence to prove that Milke is innocent. So I think a lot of people probably still feel conflicted, still believe that she was involved in her
Well, it's frustrating for everybody because we don't know. Nobody will ever know.
Well, then in last week, during Bill Montgomery's press conference, when he talked about the Milke situation, you could hear in his voice I mean, if you really just listen, he believed that Milke was guilty.
He believes everybody's guilty. That's his role.
He was disappointed that they couldn't get the appeal overturned, or what
Was.
the appellate.
Now, part of the prosecutor's job, though, is to, if there are flaws in a case, to acknowledge that there are flaws in a case and do the honorable thing, which is to, get out of a case or dismiss their presentation and their prosecution of a case if they don't have a good prosecution. His job is to be an advocate for the state, and if there's exculpatory evidence, which means something that suggests someone didn't do it, or if there are obvious flaws with his office's prosecution of it, even though it was a prior administration and not him personally, his job is to man up and say, this case is messed up and we can't go forward with it, and so we're not going to do it. And he did not do that in this case. At every single step along this long saga, he tried to maintain the prosecution. And until the point where there was really no way he could prosecute it, and then and only then did he acquiesce and did this dismissal come about. So there are questions that he will still be asked about his office's performance in this case. And to be fair to him, a lot of this goes back decades before he took office. But the egregious thing about this is that the prosecutors knew there was a bad cop.
And they covered it up.
And they didn't share that with the defense. That's a real no-no. And, the fact that Christopher Milke is a cute little boy should not obscure whether there was a miscarriage of justice here. Every little kid breaks your heart when something happens to that kid.
Right.
And there are 2 men who are on death row in this case. Don't forget that.
Right.
So justice has been done for the obviously guilty people here. So if there is a flawed prosecution of the third alleged part of this, Debra Milke, then it's the prosecutor's job to say, we screwed up.
Do you find it peculiar?
And that was not done here at any point.
But what's your take on the fact, Monica and I talked about it briefly, but the fact that Debra had gotten a life insurance policy on her 4-year-old child. Is that common for parents to do?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, I just feel...
I mean, but you don't convict someone on the basis of kind of things that make you go, You convict people on the basis of evidence. And if she's guilty, and I will never know.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. She'll be asked that tomorrow, trust me. But why the Phoenix police detective did not roll a tape recorder. In 1989, they had tape recorders.
Right.
I was around in 1989. I had a tape recorder. It was a little reel. It's like a little cassette thingy.
Were you covering this?
Not really. Okay. Not really. But I mean, it's not hard to tape record something.
Right.
I mean, people do it all the time.
Right.
So here's a guy who didn't tape record.
And if you're going to meet someone that you believe is
if you're going to get a confession that's going to put someone on death row and get them executed,
right.
Why on earth would you not make a record of it that could be played in court as evidence? This is routinely done. And this notion that, we didn't have the technology, come on, man. People were recording all kinds of things back in 1989.
Right.
In fact, there were, the Watergate tapes in the 1970s. How did that happen? Well, someone tape recorded things. So there's plenty of tapes. There were records. It wasn't all gramophones. There were TV sets. There was color TV.
Oh, wow. Color TVs.
There were computers.
There were computers in 1989.
The guy could have used a Radio Shack little cassette recorder and tape recorded and then flipped it over and played the second part and taped that. But he didn't do that. He didn't have any witnesses.
Right.
He wrote notes that he then destroyed.
Right.
And the thing about him is that there's a record of him doing this in other cases.
Right.
I read some of the other cases.
Well, and it doesn't, and it's not just misconduct after the Milke case. It was before this.
Yeah.
And one of the things we just sort of talked about, I want your take on this. This day and age, if that happened, I feel like the detective would be out of a job, or at least placed on some sort of, I don't know, leave. Because I feel like if we hear about any sort of police misconduct, detective misconduct, we as the media are already putting them on blast. I guess I just don't know if we would have.
We don't know what we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. The great majority of police officers are honorable people, do a great job.
Right.
Here and there are bad apples. This guy's obviously a bad apple. There are always going to be bad apples. Maybe they can be spotted more readily now. Maybe it's a little more transparent now. But of course, documents, records, emails, things can always be destroyed. There's always going to be some way to try to cover your tracks, and people are always going to try to do some of that. And the only thing we can do is to try to make it more difficult to hide things. And I do think that things are steadily improving,
right.
But they'll never be perfect. In his case, this was egregious misconduct, and he didn't even have the grace to ever talk to anybody about it. In fact, he tried to take the Fifth Amendment so that he wouldn't be charged with perjury when he was asked to testify again about the Milke confession. Mm-hmm. And the prosecutors leaned on him very hard, worked very hard to try to force him to talk in court. And eventually the Court of Appeals said that because of prosecutorial and police misconduct that went back to the late 1980s and early 1990s, it was just too great to go forward with a re-prosecution of Milke or to reopen this case. Right. And so he did not ever have to testify, and he has to live with whatever it is he did.
This video that I have pulled up actually is.
And by the way, his police personnel record was also destroyed.
That's so. Yeah.
And there were questions surrounding his performance after he left the police force as, I believe, a constable.
Wow.
So,
This video I have pulled up actually is a story that you've done. It says, Steve Krafft, Milke, Arizona Supreme Court ruling. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to play this for the next minute and a half.
Go ahead.
And then we can chat about it, just to give people some background.
The Arizona Supreme Court ruled Debra Milke cannot be tried again because of misconduct by the prosecutor back in the 1980s for not letting Milke's lawyers know about a history of lying under oath by their star witness, former Phoenix police detective Armando Saldate. Saldate is the one who claimed Milke confessed to killing her son, Christopher Milke. Only he didn't tape record her, had no witnesses, and threw away all his notes. So Milke did over 2 decades on death row. Also, putting Milke on trial again, the court said, would be double jeopardy, legalese for you can't be tried twice for the same offense. This decades-long legal saga sickens private investigator Paul Hubel, who argued for years Debra Milke's conviction was a miscarriage of justice.
This has been for her a 26-year nightmare that has really taken the very best part of her life and put it right in the trash can.
In a statement today, Milke's attorney said, Debra is relieved that justice has finally been done in her case and that she has been vindicated. But County Attorney Bill Montgomery countered, the denial of our petition for review is a dark day for Arizona's criminal justice system. The Arizona Supreme Court has deprived crime victims, particularly Christopher Milke, of their rights to fairness, due process, and justice.
The county attorney's point was that he believed that the Ninth Circuit Federal Court that threw out this conviction did it on the basis of an incomplete record. And if they'd had the records that the prosecutors had, they might not have taken that step. But, it's a long ruling by the Ninth Circuit, and it's some of the strongest language condemning a prosecutorial team I've ever read.
Wow.
So I don't think that he would have found much common ground with the Ninth Circuit Court regarding the conduct of law enforcement in the Milke case. I mean, they basically thought it was very egregious. So, but the nagging question for me is always going to be, did she do it or didn't she do it? And the fascinating thing is that the 2 guys who are on death row, prosecutors many times reached out to them to testify against Debra Milke.
Right, and they offered one of the guys, Scott, a plea deal, right?
Well, he's never, for whatever reason, and that's another mystery.
Right.
They've never said anything like that. They've never taken that deal. So they're on death row. So I can't speculate as to why that is. Who knows?
Right.
I don't know. But it's one of those factors in this case. So now we're at the point where she's out, and what she can do with the rest of her life, and what will happen with this lawsuit, and will it generate a payout? I don't know. I mean, the Ray Crone case was clear cut. It was a screw up, and it was a bad prosecutor, same guy, Noah Levy, who misinterpreted bite marks on the victim and matching them to this man, Ray Crone, because he had like a snaggletooth sort of impression for his teeth. Well, it turned out the guy who did it also had that same kind of tooth structure. But they kind of jazzed up the science, make it look like Crone was guilty. He'd worked as a letter carrier, and had no prior record.
And how long was he on death row before?
18 years, I believe. And he got a payout of, because it was obviously innocent, of I think $3 to $4 million. And he also got a formal apology. I was there for that, by the Arizona State Legislature. They had a session. They apologized to him. They stood up and gave him a hand. And I think he moved out of state, got some dental work, and carried on with his life in his middle age. The Milke case is murkier because we lack clear-cut exoneration evidence. So what she's going to be basically suing the state prosecutor/police for is misconduct, covering up evidence of a bad detective, and not sharing that and causing this damage to her life. And I'll be interested to see whether they just cut a deal with her, so she goes away, whether this is something that winds up in court, what will happen, how much she's going to ask for and or get. So that's hard to say.
Do you think Debra Milke would, after all is said and done, civil suit done with everything, do you think she would stay in Arizona?
No idea.
What have you seen over the years in situations like this?
All kinds of things. Some people stick around, some people get out of Dodge. In her case, I noticed a different demeanor today. It seemed like when she got out of prison, what glimpses we could get of her in court, she seemed very subdued. She seemed very kind of like a dog that had been beaten, kind of very, just kind of head down, dazed.
And what had she looked like previously?
She was thin before. Just kind of almost childlike in her demeanor, just kind of sitting there like, maybe that's what being in those conditions for that period of time does. I don't know. But today she's put on a lot of weight. She was just different. She seems like she's gained 20 to 25 pounds. She's more well upholstered than she was. And she also seemed feistier than I'd noticed before. She seemed more assertive than I'd noticed before. She seemed more integrated into her surroundings than I had seen before. She was very firm in saying that she wasn't going to make any comments, besides a couple of little things that you heard. So her behavior seemed a little more assertive than I'd noticed. So she's reintegrated back into
society,
modern life, whereas before she was not.
Right. Your first observations of her were more right after being in prison.
Right after getting out of incarceration.
Right.
Yes.
For 23 years.
That's
solitary confinement.
Right.
Death row.
Right.
Perryville.
Right.
That's.
So we'll never know. We'll never know what happened. And that's frustrating for everybody. Maybe she'll talk about it tomorrow.
Maybe she won't.
I think she will.
You think she'll talk about?
I think she'll talk about a fair number of things. Of course, we do have this lawsuit. So in a way, she has, for her side of things, she's got an incentive to talk. Because I think she wants to make it clear that she's seriously after damages and making her case publicly. That might encourage a settlement. It might be the kind of thing where the prosecutors don't want to reopen the old wounds that this case has caused.
I have a question. Back 1989, 1990, we as the media, did we see Debra Milke publicly mourn her son?
We did, but she also said subsequently that she was sedated.
Right.
So it was hard to tell what she was feeling or not feeling.
I guess I asked that because
she seemed very distant in whatever we could see of her in court.
Well, in a few days, we're going to start covering another trial. I don't want to say it's similar, but it's a mother accused in the murder of her daughter, yet there's no body found in this case.
Yeah, the Juries Hunter case.
Yeah, right. And that starts on Wednesday, actually. And we are allowed to stream it on News Now. There'll be a 30-minute delay, but I feel like that's going to be another sort of case we'll be watching. And it's another situation where it's a parent accused in the death of a child.
Right.
But one of the reason I asked about Milke publicly mourning is because one of the, I guess, arguments or one of the things that upsets people about Juries Hunter is that she was publicly out there talking to the media, looking for her child, going on this, you know what I mean, this search publicly, and then she gets arrested and accused of murder.
Right. Well, she had a record of child abuse, so.
Okay. That's the difference.
It's not her first time, yeah. And Debra Milke didn't have a record like that. But she does seem curiously distant in those old interviews. But what she said is that because she was so traumatized, she was on medication.
I see.
All right, so what are some of these folks saying out here? Come on, everybody. Let's weigh in.
Public emotion or lack thereof has no relevance, Crippled Shark says. Let's see. Prison food is fattening.
But she's been out. She's been out for a couple year and a half.
Right. Let's see. Crippled Shark. Montgomery wants a perfect record so he can parlay his position to a higher elected office. Clean house at the county. Okay. Interesting opinions. Someone likes your tie. Steve?
Cool.
Very nice look for Easter, Steve. The pink and red is what Kelly's saying.
Thanks, Kelly.
Do you guys have it? I don't know if they have any more opinions on this story.
Someone likes your blue outfit.
Thanks. I think it was Tamaro. Jane Wilcox. It undermines the fundamentals of our trial procedure when evidence is withheld.
Yeah, it does. That's a real big no-no. There's a real duty that prosecutors have, and it's called. It has different terms of the discovery process. If you find out something, you're supposed to share it with the other side.
Right. So, you've been covering, I guess, trials for the last 30 years. That's safe to say. Has there been another case where evidence has been withheld in such a way where it's made such a dramatic impact or anything close to this?
No, this looks like this one stands out because this was really egregious. It's very hard to get off death row and have charges that basically go away.
Is this true? Zena saying Darren Sharper pleads guilty, gets 9 years in prison.
I don't know, maybe.
I don't know.
I haven't really been able to check the feed because I've been...
Zena just posted it, but I feel like Sharper was supposed to make an appearance today in Vegas. I have no idea. Let me...
Now here's Savannah. Savannah says, as a new mother at the time, I watched Milke and her actions, and I maintain the belief she was involved. Just my opinion, mind you. Well... that's something that people are something we need to ask her about.
We do know this, by the way. Former NFL All-Pro Darren Sharper pleads guilty to sexual assault and attempted sexual assault, sentenced to 9 years in prison. Wow. Does that, now I'm just wondering, does that sentence now apply to all of the accusations? Because he had accusations in New Orleans, in Phoenix, in Los Angeles, and then there were new ones in Las Vegas.
I don't know if they're consolidated here.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, I guess. Because I think he was appearing... It says Sharper gets 9 years in Arizona plea deal. Again, I'm just reading tweets. Right. Interesting. I feel like he was appearing in court. Right here, ex-NFL player Darren Sharper pleads guilty to sex assault in Arizona, sentenced to 9 years. That's our story, technically. But thanks, Zena, for posting that. I feel like we've been caught up in this Milke story.
I want to talk about what Kelly just wrote here. Too many criminals are walking free. Makes me sick the entire judicial system continues to go rotten. I think that's a misconception. Almost everybody who's accused of a criminal offense is convicted or the vast majority enter into plea deals and are punished. This is this state, people are convicted and they're put away. And they're put away for long periods of time. It's the cases that are the the ones that really stick out like a sore thumb that we wind up reporting about, that you hear about, but it shouldn't make you think that somehow a lot of people are beating the rap, because they're not.
Right.
I can count on one hand the number of people that have gone free.
Okay, so now I was just understanding this Darren Sharper one. This is specifically just for the Arizona sexual assault.
Okay.
He changed his plea in Phoenix via video conference from LA today.
Okay.
And so he pleaded guilty to drugging and sexually assaulting women here in Phoenix. But now he's also scheduled to enter a new plea in person in Los Angeles. The Arizona and California cases, combined with others in Nevada and Louisiana, are likely to lead to a long prison sentence. So the 9 years is just for what happened here.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty bad when he did it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, I've talked about it here on News Now with different, people, just
right.
This idea that you are a public figure, you are a celebrity. I'm not saying anyone has the right to drug someone and rape them, but if you're looking for sex, there are many girls out there that will offer themselves to you willingly, consensually, and I think it's so...
Well, it's like the Bill Cosby case,
upsetting.
right?
I guess it's so upsetting because it's like...
That's what Bill Cosby's accused of.
Yeah, except this guy is the one that's going to jail for dozens of years maybe. If he's getting 9 right here in Arizona, he still has California, Nevada, and I believe Louisiana is one of the places where I don't want to get this wrong, but I feel like you can get life in prison.
It's a very punitive state.
In Louisiana, it really for these kinds of charges.
All right, now Kelly continues. First, Arias gets away with murder and gets her hand slapped.
Okay,
Come on, Kelly.
Yeah, I don't want to say she's still.
She's going to have life in prison.
It's not like it'd be different if Kelly Davenport was maybe arguing. I know a lot of people have argued about the Casey Anthony situation.
Right.
Casey Anthony is free.
She is.
Whether she killed her child or not,
yeah,
I don't know. But that, I think, is one that seems to make a little more sense in terms of getting heated up over getting away with murder, I guess, if you believe
Tamaro says, I just wish prison was more of a deterrent to crime than it seems to be now.
that people still... That's a good point.
I wonder if people have ever seen a prison up close. It's awful. It's awful.
There's nothing fun about prison.
No, our prisons are tough. They're really tough. Very unpleasant places.
What Monica was saying, though, is that some of the people, she's worked with would rather be in prison than Sheriff Joe's jail. She was kind of making the example, 5 months in prison is better than 3 months in Sheriff Joe's jail.
And also, if you're in a federal prison, it's probably an easier time.
In terms of the environment?
Yeah.
What are the key differences?
Having been in a federal prison to do stories, I've visited them, and I've also visited the state prisons. They just seem like they tend to be newer. They tend to be just, a little bit...
Better conditions,
a little better conditions, right. Yeah. If you go down to Florence and you're in any of those old cell blocks, you're doing a real hard time. Really hard time.
Oh, now the Arias debate is getting underway. Joe Foley, Arias got away with murder? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Zena is saying, Jody did not get her hand slapped. She will serve her time. Wow.
Well, that's interesting. Bill Cosby, I believe, is innocent, and those women just wanted his money.
Jonathan,
Some people say that. I don't know.
I just feel like there's too many people coming out now. And a lot of the women that are coming out, they can't even file charges against them because the statute of limitations is over.
Yeah,
they're
not
just coming out because
it.
they want people to know what they believe is the truth.
Yeah, and that's another thing. We'll never know exactly what happened there either.
Right, and again, I'm just coming from this living in LA, knowing the entertainment industry, knowing entertainers, sort of thing. I guess I'm just saying I'm not surprised by the allegations. It's unfortunate, and I'm not surprised that these women kept quiet for all those years. You take these women that want to be successful in the industry, they don't want to upset whoever, and even...
And he was a very famous guy.
Not only that, and even famous or not, you hear so many situations where women are raped and they don't even talk about it because of the shame associated with it, And that's not even by someone who's a public figure. So I can understand, I think, why the women stayed quiet, why it took so long. One of the main accusers is a Scottsdale resident, right?
Right.
But that's another story. Tori Moore, Casey Anthony lives in her self-made prison. She is and will never be free. Let's see.
What's it say? I knew a couple of people in the prison. They'd say they'd rather die than go back. Yikes.
Rachel, yeah. Joe Foley, I guess Kelly believes every crime equals the death penalty, whether you nick a chocolate bar or murder someone. Jane Wilcox. Jonathan, I so did not want to believe O.J. Simpson was guilty either. As I watched the trial unfold, it became apparent he was. What a total shock that he was found not guilty. Jody, despite her appeals, will die in the slammer. Savannah Rose saying, Juan Martinez did a great job in the Arias case. Know what his next case will be and when. 060X. That's, do you know that answer?
I don't know what's next for him.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Kelly Davenport. Casey Anthony killed her daughter like Milky killed her child and both walked free. Well, Milky was on death row.
I think
for
Kelly
23
feels very
years.
strongly about this because everything is capitalized in every message.
Oh, she always types in all caps.
Kel.
We know that's Kelly because it's all caps.
Get rid of the caps lock. You're shouting.
Joe Foley. Why is Bill Cosby paid people off? Like I said, there's no smoke without fire. Xena Angel chiming in. Milky served 23 years either way.
That's true.
Agreed, Jane. I feel with the OJ case, the reason he got off is because he had an excellent attorney, but I do feel he was guilty. True, Jonathan, but now he's in jail.
He is. He
Or
may
prison.
be there. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to imagine what it was like. A couple things I want to ask. And all of our viewers here are really helping me think about this Milky case. I do think, from what Kelly's saying and other folks, that she really does need tomorrow to address the fact that there are plenty of people who think she's a murderer.
Right.
And she needs to talk about that.
Are these comments inspiring more questions?
Well, one of them is, I'll ask her. There's plenty of our viewers and people on the street generally who just think you did this. So what do you say?
Are you going to say, how do you feel when people compare you to Casey Anthony?
I don't even know if she knows who
she
Casey
probably
Anthony
doesn't.
is.
She was in jail during that, or prison.
She missed
a
when
lot
she
of it.
was in prison, George H.W. Bush was president. That was before Bill Clinton. This is a long time ago. Long time ago. So
Right.
I'd ask her that, and I'd also ask, how could you spend 23 years in a concrete box and not completely lose your sanity? If she talks tomorrow and sounds like she's got it together, I'm just curious how she could have gotten, what that was like. Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
I mean, one day living like that would drive me nuts. But to be like that every day.
What do you do for
every day?
3 years?
Wow.
There was no human interaction at all. Really.
Very little. No. You get your food
Did she
through
get
a
recreation
slot.
time or no? Because
Yeah, but
she's on death row.
you're released into this small pen by yourself.
Okay, so similar to what we saw.
Surrounded
that
with
Arias
cyclone
was gonna
fencing.
be.
Yeah. You're still. It's like a dog on a dog run.
So it's not like Shawshank Redemption kind of.
No.
There's
Those
no
people are not on
interaction.
death row,
Right.
and they're not in isolation.
Right.
They're in a community.
I feel like that's. I don't know if this is true. At least for me, though, I feel like pop culture changes your perception of what prison is like. I've mentioned it here on the show
Yeah,
before.
people-
I think
people
you
are
watched
fascinated
Orange is
with
the New
it.
Black. You've
Uh-huh.
seen movies like Shawshank Redemption, and you think that that's what all prison is
There's
like.
a long list of prison movies. There's TV networks who just spend the whole weekend showing the lives of prisoners.
Right.
So people get off on watching shows about people who are incarcerated. Whatever. There's something fascinating about it to people. Mostly it's like, I'm glad I'm not there. Wouldn't it be weird to be there? And so you're
Right.
vicariously fascinated with the lives of people who are in a place where you would hate to be.
I mean, it's interesting either way. You're just getting this perspective into something that you're never going to.
But when you actually go into a prison to cover a story or to
Yeah.
interview people, it's a very boring place. So when people say they have to do time, that's true. You're doing time. I mean, that's all they do. They just spend time. They just try to make the clock run. It's a very dismal place.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. You're just trying to
It's boring.
find a way
It's
to
all
pass
boring.
time.
It's boring. It's all cinder block walls. It's very noisy. There's always people shouting. It's never quiet. And there's a lot of fearsome people in there that probably prisoners in general population always are worried about if they're in a medium security or more type prison.
Right.
You never know who's going to attack you. There's a lot of gangs. There's a lot of, a lot of stuff going on. And there's some people who get out of it, better people, and there's some people who don't. But with Jodi Arias, eventually she will get years down the road. She will get into a sort of general population status at some point in the distant future with this life in prison sentence. So she's not going to be...
She will be able to interact with other human beings.
She'll eventually be like the Orange is the New Black paradigm, where there's a mess hall and there's women who sit around a table and who do activities, and
she'll have somewhat
a job.
of a life in prison.
It would be like living in a very grim dorm.
Forever. Sherry Keena is asking, has anyone ever heard from the jurors from the Milke case? It would be interesting to hear from them today.
It would be. And I don't know about that. That's so long ago. So long ago. But it was a pretty slam dunk case once you have this detective who seems so businesslike and credible saying, yep, she admitted to me she killed her kid. As a juror, the police officer carries a lot of weight. We trust police officers. We feel they're credible, and that's how we look at them.
Right.
So most of them take their job very seriously, and
right. You have no reason to doubt what the police officer is saying is true.
Exactly.
Jane Wilcox, Jonathan, when you watch the verdict of OJ, look closely at the face of Kardashian. He was in total disbelief of the verdict. That's all. That says it all.
I forgot about Kardashian. All we ever hear about is the Kardashian clan. Yeah.
Chloe's in there.
Yikes.
I mean, really, it goes back to OJ.
I don't get that show.
If you really go back to it, OJ's the reason Kim Kardashian is famous.
Oh, yeah. It was Robert Kardashian, I think.
Right. It's OJ, which leads to Robert,
the enabler, the guy
leads to the children.
The guy who threw out the evidence.
The real crime OJ committed was making Kim Kardashian famous.
And Chloe.
One of many.
Yeah.
Let's see. John Fitch, I don't know what this is. I believe 911 should be reinvestigated and Bush should be... 9/11.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's another unrelated story.
Right.
I thought he meant the hotline.
What does D have to say?
Your point is flawed, Kelly. We have the laws. We have to not only punish the guilty, but also to protect those that are accused falsely. And that's a good point. And that's what you're trying to... I mean, that's fair.
Was it Thomas Jefferson who said better, and I may be botching this somewhat, but better that 10 guilty men go free than one innocent man is put in prison? I mean, that's kind of the foundation of our legal system here. That it's really a no-no to have innocent people thrown in jail.
Right.
Yeah. That's why we have this very slow-moving and unwieldy, frustrating system.
And it's why you probably get an automatic appeal if you are sentenced to death.
You do.
Will Joseph Edward Duncan III ever be executed? He has 6 death penalty convictions. He's so dangerous to children.
I don't know that case.
I don't know who that is.
But you know what? These people are on death row for a very long time. In fact, there's a guy in Texas who says that he's been on death row for 30 years and that he shouldn't be put to death because being incarcerated on death row for 30 years has been cruel and unusual punishment. I think that went to the Supreme Court.
This is the show they're talking about, Lockup.
Rachel says,
I like watching prison shows. I really love learning about subcultures and people and their stories.
Well, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of that in prisons.
Kelly, Shawshank is my husband's favorite movie.
It was a great film.
D. Burnsides. Thanks, Rachel. People that cry so hard for blood through their emotions need to realize that the law is for both the innocent and the guilty. Shell Jet. I have a friend in federal prison. It's no picnic.
True. Kelly says Shawshank is my husband's favorite movie.
Jonathan, Tori, Lockup is a good one to watch on TV. I watch it a lot. Shell Jet, because they have a friend in federal prison, can't watch shows about prison. Probably it's too emotional.
Prison is a very boring place. That's the reality of prison.
Savannah, I had to go to Corcoran to pick up a patient. I couldn't get out fast enough. Central California. I've driven by Corcoran.
What's Corcoran? Is that a place of federal prison?
Yeah,
There's different levels of those too.
Yeah, it's in Central California, just out in the middle of nowhere, between Fresno and Bakersfield.
Wow, that does sound rough.
Location-wise?
Yeah.
Plus the heat.
There's a real rough prison in California by Wiley's Well, off I-10.
Oh, I don't know that one.
That's really bleak.
I knew Corcoran because that one was
California
referenced
puts
a lot.
its prisons in very bleak places.
And then there's one in, oh my gosh, the one that Scott Peterson is at up in the Bay Area. Why can't I think of it right now?
Wow, there's some rough.
It's going to bother me that I can't think of it, but someone here is going to remind us in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Corcoran is rough.
What does it say about Metallica?
Played at Corcoran.
Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't.
Captive audience.
Right.
Where did Johnny Cash play? Folsom. Is that the one you're thinking of?
Do musicians typically? No.
Folsom Prison?
No. It's.
That's a
when
famous
you hear the
concert.
name, we're gonna know. I'm gonna just have to Google it.
It's not Alcatraz.
Yeah. No.
But
it's up there. What are these headlines? Oh, this actually just came out, according to Fox News Insider.
Oh.
Odd that we're bringing him up right
Cushy
now.
life on death row.
This is so
Now,
interesting.
are folks seeing this back home?
No, but I can pull this up since it's Fox News.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull this up.
Always show what Fox News is up to.
Let's read it together, because this is interesting given our discussion. Do you have a story to get to, by the way? I don't want to keep you up.
I have an S.
So just hang out for a little bit if you'd like. It's been 10 years since Scott Peterson was sentenced to death for the murder of his 8-month pregnant wife, Lacey, and their unborn child. Last night, in a special 1-hour report, Geraldo Rivera took an in-depth look at the riveting case in Peterson's surprisingly...
San Quentin.
Yeah, San Quentin. There we go.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
That's the one. I went when I was like 20, 21 to San Quentin.
Why?
I was interning at ABC in Fresno, and it was for a sweeps piece. So
It's
I
a
got to tag
prison.
along with the report. That's why it was bothering me that I couldn't remember. Let's see. So apparently he has this privileged life on death row, supposedly. Geraldo has a single cell inside of exclusive part of the prison, the best accommodations he could hope to have. He has access to outdoor facilities, including a protective roof and even a basketball court.
I mean, all these guys can play basketball. It's not like they're...
I saw this quiet, I would have to say, buff-looking young man with his shirt off, and he was playing basketball. He looked like you were watching some college athletes on a neighborhood play basketball. You've been around a lot of prisons. It sounds to me like what you describe as the cushy environment that you've seen. This woman reveals that there are some death row prisoners in California who are in their cells 23 or 24 hours a day without getting out, without having contact with other prisoners. They're not having the life Scott Peterson is having. He's having an exclusive life. It appears Peterson has not shown remorse or taken responsibility for his heinous crime, apparently. Huh. Is that him? I guess that's him right there.
I don't think he's that guy.
You don't think so? It looks like the back of Scott Peterson. And I don't know why they would show a frame that wasn't Scott Peterson if it's a Scott Peterson.
I don't know.
Interesting, though. Just some new news.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Kelly Davenport. Her uncle was the judge who did the first preliminary trial on OJ when Nicole was found slaughtered.
Wow.
I sent a Spice Girl. Oh God, totally agree. OJ is the reason for a culture's demise in the Kardashians.
Yikes.
I feel like I got a lot of supporters when I made that comment.
I think you did. I think you struck a chord.
Truth hurts. I have to say I was really on the death option for inmate areas, but now the thought that she gets to sit in the same prison every day, every night, every day, every night, forever.
Wow.
It's still bad, right?
It's terrible, yeah.
Manson,
Charles Manson's in Corcoran.
No.
Oh, everyone's saying San Quentin.
San Quentin, when I was trying to figure out what Scott Peterson
there
was
you go.
in.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, but Manson's in Corcoran. Or maybe very few people who are convicted are innocent.
That's true. That is true.
Saying.
But that's why we have this crazy system we've got, just to
John Fitch thinks the
identify those small number of people who are innocent.
What do you think about what John Fitch is saying? I think the Constitution should be rewritten.
Well, it's your right as an American to
How often,
have at it. Rewrite it and
well, how often
back
does
it.
the Constitution even get amended? When was the last time we had an amendment to the
It
Constitution?
rarely gets amended, but and then you have to get it through a number of state legislators.
I'm just trying to remember from history class when the last time something was
been a while.
amended, and I don't remember.
Yeah, it's been a while. What do
No
we have,
cozy-
like something like 29 amendments, 30 amendments, whatever?
No cozy beds, no morning walks with your dog by your side.
No.
Manson is in Corcoran, Peterson is in San Quentin. What is why are people bringing up Folsom Prison?
Because I was talking about Johnny Cash.
Oh, right. That makes
that he
sense.
sang at Folsom Prison.
Right. So is it typical that these artists, these musicians, go visit prisons and perform, like Metallica and Johnny Cash?
That's a pretty cool idea, though, Metallica. And
I mean, like,
that's hardcore.
let's say you're a big fan and you never got to see them in concert.
I don't
Now
think
that
I would
you're
go
in
to prison to see Metallica live. But I think, for the prisoners, it was probably pretty cool.
Right.
If you've ever heard that tape of Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, it's pretty great.
I haven't heard it.
I believe Merle Haggard was in San Quentin. I'm not sure he was. Well, I don't know.
Well,
And true, Johnny Cash never did time.
Merle Haggard, isn't he from Bakersfield?
I think
He
Merle
is.
Haggard lived out here for a while.
Well, he's from Bakersfield, though. There's like things,
Oh, yeah.
there's streets named after him, I
Oh,
believe,
yeah,
or
he's a-
places, yeah. Yeah, Buck Owens.
Sure.
Um,
He's a really famous guy.
Where was he in? Yeah, he's born in Oildale, which is a very country
Yikes.
western part of Bakersfield.
Yep.
Have you been to Oildale?
I have never been to Oildale, and I've never been to Bakersfield.
Oh,
I know that a lot of people, like Buck Owens, is from Bakersfield. Dwight Yoakam has a Bakersfield sound. Merle Haggard.
I once covered the Bakersfield Country Music Awards.
I bet that was great.
It was an interesting
Bet it was great.
experience.
Yeah.
It was in Oildale. I went into this place that I guess you could say was the equivalent of a saloon.
Yeah.
And I
Really authentic.
Yeah, it was genuinely. I walked in, everyone
that's
was
great.
in cowboy boots and hats, and I felt so like I had traveled back in time or something.
Yeah.
It was really interesting.
That'd
But it was
be great.
2008. It was,
It's a foundation place for a whole style of music. Wow.
He was sent to Bakersfield jail and was later transferred after an escaped attempt to San Quentin prison.
Whoa.
Yeah. While in prison, he discovered that his wife was expecting a
Now,
child
what was he
from
in
another
trouble
man.
for? What did he get busted for?
After he tried to rob a Bakersfield
Truancy and
roadhouse.
petty larceny, just escape,
He was fired,
beat a local boy. I guess he was in trouble.
fired from a series of prison jobs. Kept trying to escape.
Attributing a 1958 performance by Johnny Cash at the prison as his main inspiration to join a band.
So he got out in 1960. Said it took about 4 months to get used to being out of the penitentiary, and that at times he actually wanted to go back in.
Wow.
That is really an interesting.
He really lived a hard life. Has lived a really hard life.
Wow.
But it's probably given him a lot of material, though. If you think about it.
Right. Scott gets love letters of all things, Jane Wilcox. I'm sure Jody gets them too. I mean, Gene McCurdy, scum that he is, also is in San Quentin. He killed my neighbor, a heart-wrenching case.
Wow.
Savannah Rose chiming in. Savannah, I believe, grew up in Fresno.
Oh, okay.
If I get this right.
You might know people in common.
She's mentioned it on here.
Is she connected to the raisin industry?
I don't think everyone had
I don't know.
There's not a huge.
Have you been to the Sun-Made?
I have.
See?
I have. There's a video of it on YouTube. You can find
Fresno
it.
is like the breadbasket of California.
Fresno County.
Yeah.
The Sun-Made factory capital. It's off of California State Route 99. It's not like it's in the heart of Fresno or anything. You have to actually seek it out. You have to exit the freeway, go down a mile.
Do you like raisins? I'm asking a very personal question.
I actually never liked raisins, but
Not even golden raisins?
I acquired a taste for them. I think mostly because of my hometown allegiance.
Yeah.
To having to be able to rep raisins. I felt like if I said I hated raisins,
Without
that I hated
raisins,
Fresno.
raisin bread would not be possible.
Right, it would just be bread.
Or raisin bran.
It would just be bran.
It would just be bran. It'd be really boring.
Do you like raisins?
Raisinets.
Do you like raisins?
Love them.
You know,
raisins are nature's candy.
In my business communications class
They're good.
at USC, we had to do an assignment where you had to pick something that you were passionate about and spend 10 minutes in front of the class convincing someone that your point of view was true. So I thought to myself, what am I passionate about? I'm like, why Fresno is a great city and that you should live there. So I
You're
spent
passionate about that?
10 minutes. Yeah, because I always rep Fresno and everyone made fun of it. And I was
I've never been to
21
Fresno.
years old, and so I did this whole presentation. I spent a good chunk of my presentation talking about the benefit of our agriculture and our raisins. I even bribed the audience with I gave everyone oatmeal raisin cookies.
That's good.
As part of my
Those are good.
presentation. Like, you guys couldn't eat these if it wasn't for Fresno.
That's true.
Yeah.
Is it the only place where they have
I got
these
an
big
A.
racing?
That's what matters.
How come you didn't go to Fresno State? You could have been a Bulldog.
And I wouldn't have to pay anything. My mom works there. Yeah, I would have gone for free, but I went to USC. Wow. They have a very good broadcast journalism program.
But now you got to be.
And I got a scholarship there, so.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I mean, we still have to pay for some of it, but.
But you have to be, now that you're here in the Valley, you got to be an ASU fan. And you have to have some feeling for all the teams in Arizona.
What if I go for
NAU, U of A.
What if I go for U of A over ASU? Am I going to get, like, ripped apart?
Get out of town. You know what? There's a lot of U of A people, though, in the Valley.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right. My boyfriend went to U of A. So
okay,
I have, like, a...
Geraldo Rivera went to U of A.
See, there you go. The guy who gets this exclusive story about Scott Peterson.
U of A grad.
He also is featured in many episodes of Glee, which is a Fox show.
Geraldo is?
Yeah, he was in the season.
I was not aware of that.
He was in the season finale, series finale. I just watched it over the weekend. They had a 2
The whole series is over now?
Yeah, the 2-hour series finale was Friday night, and I watched it.
Why wasn't I not informed of this? Glee is over for good?
Yeah. I think they did a preview on our morning show either Thursday or Friday. But the show was 2 hours long, Friday night. I caught up on it over the weekend.
Well, Glee.
There was a Geraldo appearance.
Yeah, Glee had an awful lot of fans.
Any updates on the Mesa shooting? John Fitch wants to know. I personally don't know of any updates since the weekend.
Huh. Here's someone who says, "Go Dogs." Someone who went to Fresno State.
Savannah.
See?
Remember? She has my friend owns Simonian Farms, though. That's also a Fresno thing. Now they're talking about Metallica. It's interesting when you go back because someone's like,
there's a good corn. Corn is from Bakersfield, aren't they?
Yeah, they're from Bakersfield.
See? Corn with a K, with a backwards K.
Corn was just in
I think there's some dyslexia in that band. I think there's some dyslexia in that band.
You could say the same thing for Outkast.
Yeah.
Let's see. Rachel has a corn tattoo. Oh, wow.
That's cool. I've never heard of a corn tattoo. That's the first one. That's cool.
All raisins are is dried grapes.
True. Do you like the golden raisins? Or they're all the same?
They're all the same. I'm not like racist when it comes to raisins.
No, I'm not suggesting you would have any bias in the raisin world.
There's no
it's
bias.
All good.
Let's see. Jessica Ocampo, Fresno is my hometown. Yay. Your hometown is Chicago, right?
Yeah.
That's why you're a Bears fan?
The Bears. I mean, I have feelings for the Bears, obviously.
Bulls,
Blackhawks, Sox, Cubs. And those.
You like the Sox and the Cubs? You don't have to pick one?
No, I'm more of a Cubs fan. I grew up as a kid going to Sox games because it was easier to go to the Sox games. My dad knew a guy who was a printer, and he worked with the team a little bit. And so I got to watch the guys warm up and stuff. It was fun.
Let's see. Raisinets are very yummy. If you like grapes, then you'll like raisins. I love. Now we've got into the grape raisin debate.
We've totally opened a can of raisins here.
Here's the question you might actually know the answer to.
Hang on a second. I got to ask. Okay. Hey, Chris. Am I on at noon? Oh, you're Sean. You're doing the noon? Okay. Okay. I'm doing a both side at noon. That means, folks, I'm going to be talking a little bit. We'll see some pictures, and then we're going to have a quote.
A soundbite. That's the stop part.
That's the
Clarice has a question. Hey, will there be any investigation into fraud in the Jodi Arias case?
Fraud? How so?
I don't know. She just asked. I mean, the only thing that people were really arguing is the whole Juror 17 thing, and I know, as far as we know, nothing's happening.
Am I happy about John Fox, the new coach of the Bears? He's a solid coach. He's a solid coach. I don't know. I hope he can work with Cutler, the quarterback. You know, this is my ancestral homeland,
right,
like a lot of people out here. But I've been here a long time, too. And so, obviously, I cheer for the Cardinals. I cheer for the D-backs. I was at the Coyotes game yesterday. Go to Suns games.
I was at the Suns game yesterday. I called my Instagram
Suns
Day Fun Day.
Yeah,
is that a Sunday Fun Day?
Beat Dallas.
I know. It was crazy. That game was so...
They were up 17. They lost the lead. They came back. They played great D.
It was crazy. And the last Suns game I went to was the game against Oklahoma, where we went into overtime or double overtime and then beat the Thunder.
City, right.
Yeah. So
they still have a chance. They still have a chance. They've got to pretty much win out and hope that somebody stumbles ahead of them. What are they, 2.5 back?
Miracle McClure, Samia, aren't you guys supposed to be showing that trial about the mom who killed her child? We did discuss that for the first.
Yes, we will be doing that.
We were talking about that for a couple of hours. Are you talking about Jerice Hunter, or is she talking about Debra Milke? Because it does say...
I think talking about the Jerice Hunter.
But right now, our title of this clip says State versus Debra Milke hearing.
Okay.
So those of you who are just tuning in now, who may have missed our conversation earlier, let's do a quick recap of what happened today with Milke. Basically, it was very quick. Steve was there. Judge came out.
Celeste was also there.
She was outside the court.
No, she was in the courtroom.
Oh, cool.
Yep. She saw the same thing I saw.
So what did you see?
We were there for 2 minutes, and basically the judge asked if everybody was there. Everybody was there. Said that, there's a motion to dismiss. Anyone have anything to say about it? Nobody did. Motion granted. Case dismissed with prejudice. That means that's the end of it. It can't be brought up again. Done.
And
everybody left. That was it. It went from about 8:30 to 8:32.
It was really quick, and we've been covering it and discussing it and explaining why. Yeah. Since then,
and there's Christopher Milke, and that's the tragedy of all this.
I know.
And this is the bottom line here. A little boy was killed.
I know. And like I said, he was 4 years old in 1989. He would be 29 years old right now. He would have been celebrating his 30th birthday this year.
Wow. Who knows what he might have become. It's just awful. The whole thing's awful.
It is really sad.
Yep.
But
and the tough thing is trying to
figure out.
Well, just trying to. Yes, there is that, and you have to try to separate your personal feelings about a little boy being killed. You have to separate that out from why we're in court.
Right, and also I think a lot of times we're explaining, okay, this woman is now free, this boy has been killed, but viewers also have to know that there were 2 other men involved in this.
Yes, there
were.
They're
both found guilty, and they both are on death row. So
That's
it's
correct.
not like no justice has been served.
No, they were put on death row rather quickly. Yeah, they're there.
Yeah. So that's the update with that, and we, you spoke with Debra sort of briefly when she left the
Debra's
courtroom.
clearly not talking much about this, besides a couple of little brief comments.
Right.
But she is going to talk tomorrow.
Right, and we'll have that live here on News Now.
It'll be very interesting to see what she's like, what her behavior is, what her personality is like in that setting tomorrow, now that she's finally able to talk freely. So we'll see.
So yes, for those of you who are just tuning in, that is the update with Milke. Jonathan chiming in. That was awesome seeing you at the Suns game on Meerkat. So I got these tickets where you could go to the court after and play basketball on the court. It was amazing. Do you want to see the video?
You have to put it up there.
I'll show you the video. I meerkatted a lot on court, but then we also took video so that I would have a copy I could keep.
Oh, cool. You got to flip it so you can see it.
Oh, right.
Okay, now show there. Oh, you're really dribbling it rather high. You're like turning the ball over.
Are you judging
These
my
are turnovers here.
basketball skills?
No. No.
I don't make it in any of the videotape shots. I made a shot right before we started videotaping.
Okay. Did you... Any dunking? Don't hang on the rim. That's my advice to you.
No, I didn't. But as you can see in the monitor, my nails are orange for the sun.
That's very good. You're showing a lot of... Oh! Rim's out. No good.
So that was fun.
That's cool.
So
there you are, basically
the reason
spotting up on the free throw line.
The reason I really wanted to go is because last night was the first ever official Instagram night for the Suns.
Oh, cool.
And so with these tickets, which I purchased through a link through work, you got a selfie stick.
Wow.
And you got to go on the court. And you got to clip a part of the,
how fun is that?
The net.
That's really cool.
So it was really cool.
That's a real nice court.
Yeah, it was amazing. Just the fact that I could play basketball on the same court that these players play. It's amazing. It was a great opportunity.
And the Mercury plays there.
And And I want to thank the Phoenix Suns for providing spectators with the opportunity, because it wasn't just like an exclusive access thing. Anyone in the public could have gotten it if they had like the right code to get it. So really cool to just.
We do pretty much what everybody else does.
Yeah.
Same deal.
It was really neat. So. That was my Sunday night.
Sounds like fun.
I didn't post that video, though. I should.
Yeah. Yeah. That was cool.
I should. So you were at the Coyotes game?
I was at the Coyotes game yesterday. Unfortunately, they lost to the Canucks. And this is the thing about it. They had a decent crowd, but it was at least half Canucks fans. Really. It's like every Canadian person who's here
goes to because they're the real hockey fans.
They are real hockey fans, but they back Canadian teams.
Right.
So if you're a Sunbird and you're here, and you're at spring training, you're having a great time, and a Canadian team comes to town and is playing, and it's a great stadium. Gila River, arena is great. Yeah, you're going to go. And there were so many blue and green and white Canucks jerseys. It was really unbelievable. I mean, the cheers when they scored were the same or greater than the cheers when the Coyotes scored. And the Coyotes were, there's obvious the team's got some holes to fill.
So who won?
Canucks won 3-1. It was a very close game. It was 1-1, way into like 3 minutes to play. It was still knotted up 1-1.
Got it.
Coyotes goalie's getting shelled. He's making heroic saves.
Do you have any cool videos or photos?
No.
Okay.
I was too into it.
So you're committed. I always get in trouble. Like, why are you meerkatting? Shouldn't you be watching
Hey, Hooner,
the game?
you going to get up here now?
It is.
Come on, man. All right.
2 seconds.
This is like a totally behind-the-scenes look.
Yeah, this is what News Now is about.
Everything is on the table with me.
So we know your feelings about Bakersfield and Oildale.
Big fan.
Big fan.
Big fan.
Big fan.
Yes, Coyotes. I backed the Coyotes, and it was a bummer that they lost, and they were badly outshot. I mean, and then finally, there's a little crack.
But is it hockey season right now? Did hockey season already start, or is this preseason?
No, hockey's been going on for a long time.
It's already...
We're pretty close to the playoffs. And unfortunately, Coyotes are not going to make the playoffs. But Vancouver's like in 5th position in the Western Conference. They'll be in there.
So hockey overlaps with basketball. That's so true. That's actually very correct.
Yeah.
Because
and the Coyotes are our team.
Last year, or whenever, the Kings in LA went further than the Clippers.
We don't like
or the
Kings
Lakers.
out here.
I'm just saying, I remember now because when both the Lakers and Clippers were out, we still had one team to cheer for in LA, the Kings.
Well, you have the Ducks too. Or don't you ever go to Orange County? You don't recognize Orange County.
It's different. It's like going for the Angels over the Dodgers.
Okay.
Which one do you pick? Although I will say I had this weird allegiance to the Angels because of the movie Angels in the Outfield.
Okay, well, right. ASU hockey, that's true. Some Devils play.
Annie Lazon, please remind me of date and time for a Hunter trial on this screen. Yes, it's going to be here on News Now. It starts on Wednesday, March 25th. I believe it starts at 8:30. I know we're going to get a live feed, but it's going to be a 30-minute delay, so I assume that we'll start at 9 and not 8:30, but we'll have it here on News Now. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to this channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Hit that subscribe button and also download the Fox 10 Phoenix app. That way you'll actually get like a text message notification whenever we're live, and you'll know the subject. So if it says Jerice Hunter trial live, you will know to just click on that and you'll be watching live. So that is the way to know what's
when are you
going
going to
on.
be able to flip around this camera so you can show people the newsroom?
We've done it. We've done tours. We've shot it and then played it back.
All right.
We've gone on lots of tours, so we've meerkatted too. All
well,
right.
I'm going to hit the road. I got to ride a Voside.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
That's inside
Always
baseball
fun
talk.
chatting with you about hockey, music, and of
Hockey,
course
music,
court.
Bakersfield,
and murder trials.
Yeah, that too. All right, here's Hooner.
Thanks.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
What did you have to say about the Blackhawks?
He went.
It's tough. They're in the playoffs.
Well, he
I
went.
wish the Coyotes were in the playoffs.
Yeah,
He went to a hockey game last night.
Oh yeah, Coyotes.
Coyotes
And woo, the Vancouver Canucks were in town. Okay, now what is this?
This is me playing basketball on the Suns court.
This is too exciting.
I already showed them like a minute ago. It was a really. What's unfortunate is I never captured the shot that I actually made on video, so all you see is me missing. But it was really cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Perfect timing because it's
really
March Madness weekend.
You're right.
And so everybody's thinking b-ball.
This is true. By the way, you got a haircut, and I
Yeah.
obviously notice these things because I see you every day.
I know. What do you guys think? It's super short.
It is
it's my
really
new.
short.
It's my new summer trim. Mary, our executive producer, said, "Hooner,
I like it.
makes you look a little younger."
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Well, welcome.
Thanks.
We still have a lot of news in this story. Obviously, you're a huge, I guess, political junkie. Big news this morning.
Yes.
We have the full 30-minute or so speech/announcement that I can play a little bit later.
Do you know why I know that? Because I went back to Jeff this morning at 7 and I said, "Roll on this for Samia."
So kind. I listened to it in the car on the way.
Oh, did you?
Well, it was so interesting, and I know this is going to sound terrible, but first I listened to Fox News, and I started thinking, I didn't realize it was a politician speaking.
Oh.
For some reason, I
Yes.
thought I was listening to a church service.
Oh, well, now doesn't he...
and then I was like, this must be the way it was speaking.
He speaks like a pastor, but
Right,
doesn't
and
he
then
have some experience? Or somebody was his dad?
I don't know,
should
but then
more.
I changed the channel, and then I
Okay.
was on another news network, and I realized the same thing was playing. I was like, okay, this must be something.
Yeah.
So then I listened to the whole thing and realized what it was. But I really thought for a moment that I was like, wait, it's Monday. What's church services going on Monday morning?
Well, okay. I mean, the Seventh-day Adventists are on Saturday. So, I mean, it could be...
I believe Saturdays, though. I believe
Yeah.
Sundays. I even believe there's Mass on Wednesdays. I just didn't know about a Monday thing.
Yeah, exactly.
There could be. I'm not
Well-
saying there's no Monday prayer service anywhere in the country. I'm just saying I was really surprised.
Correct.
And then it was carried on multiple networks. I was like, okay, this is not a prayer service. This is something else.
He
was at
has that.
Which university?
He has that...
We're speaking about Ted Cruz, by the way.
Correct. He has that kind of pastoral almost sound when he's speaking.
Right.
And so he has some experience in the past church-wise.
Okay.
I need to look into that a little bit more. But to answer your question, it was Liberty University, and I just had salad. Can you smell my onions a little bit?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay, good. Anyway, sorry.
They can't, though. Smell does not transmit through the video player.
Yeah,
but
which for the most part is good today. It's Liberty University, and the history of Liberty University is that it was founded by a guy named Jerry Falwell back in the 1980s. And here's a guy who had founded this kind of conservative religious organization that was more of a political action thing than anything else. But he starts this university, and it really is his legacy. I went back there to interview him, Samia. He's passed away many years ago.
Where is it?
It's in a town called Lynchburg, Virginia.
Okay.
And I'm just telling you, it's one of the most beautiful places in America. I don't know if we have anybody who, amongst our list of people who are watching, who was that? Was that Jonathan? Somebody said, what? No Mohawk, Ron? Anyway, it is such a beautiful town. Lynchburg, Virginia. Now, I'm kind of partial to it because I have family on my mom's side that they are back in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and so I don't know. My kids will tell you. One time, we're driving around the Blue Ridge Mountains, and we've gone a couple of miles. We haven't seen any traffic, and we come around a bend, and it's sunset, and the sun is setting over about 3 layers of the Blue Ridge, looking off toward West Virginia there, and there's this bend in the river, and the sun is kind of in an orange glow reflecting off the river, and I said, this might be the most beautiful scene I've ever seen in my life.
This is another. So, Sherry's saying Ted Cruz was born in Canada.
Well, then.
How can you run for president, though? Don't you have to be born in the United States? Isn't that the rule?
Yeah.
So I'm
it
confused
is.
now because I feel like I heard on the radio that someone else said Ted Cruz was born in Canada.
Okay.
And I need to look this up now.
He must have been
born
a joint.
in Calgary.
Okay, so it must be like a joint citizenship thing or something.
No, but it doesn't
right?
matter if you're a citizen. It's not about citizenship. The rule
Yes,
is to
you're-
run
are
for
you
president,
natural born?
You have to be born in the United States,
Okay.
be 35.
Yep.
Those are the two, right?
Correct.
So I don't understand how he's going to be able to do this.
And is there something about not having been convicted of a felony or something? I don't know.
Well, I don't know,
But
but
anyway.
I do know that he was born in Canada.
Yeah.
Because I remember when people were talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger possibly being president.
Right.
In theory, he can't. He can be governor.
Right.
Governator.
Yes.
He can't be president.
Well, the deal with Arnold Schwarzenegger is that's Austria.
Right.
Canada is practically like America.
But it's not America.
It's not.
No, and I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I mean, he's from Calgary. I have family in Calgary. I've been in Calgary.
Oh, it's a great town.
It's great, but it's not America. You hear the Canadian accent when people speak.
That's right. Now,
My cousins definitely
what?
say sorry instead of sorry.
Sorry.
And
Correct.
about
right.
like that.
Tomorrow.
That's exactly
Which-
how my cousins sound like.
Tomorrow.
In fact, yeah.
I actually kind of like saying tomorrow. I guess it sounds kind of.
But he's saying his mother was a U.S. citizen.
Okay.
Savannah
Okay.
saying dual citizen makes us natural born. I still feel like.
Okay, so there you go. His mom was a U.S. citizen.
But don't you have? I thought you had. It wasn't about
Well,
citizenship.
okay,
I
but
thought you
hold
had
on.
to be physically born in the United States.
But let's say
Because
that.
remember the whole people are like, oh, Obama was born in Kenya. Well, I mean, hypothetically,
Yes,
if that
correct.
was true. His
It's
mother was still American.
And a lot of the people.
So even if
A lot of people who might be supporting Senator Cruz might be those who were on the
Obama
get Obama
supporting-
out of their
'cause he's
campaign.
Kenyan. That's what I'm saying. I'm
Right.
just saying that
Yeah.
this is getting...
It's getting dicey, but on the other hand, let's look at it, because who was it in the chat box who just gave us the 411 right here?
James just called Ron.
Oh, no, Celeste is doing it. Jeff?
Oh,
Celeste is doing it.
got it. Who's James?
James Aranda, probably the world's greatest floor director.
Oh.
I walk in every morning at 4:30 and there's James smiling away. Celeste is going to do it, I think. Let me just look and make sure. Yeah. Yep, she's good to go. So, you know, we have to balance our TV duties out here. But anyway, so the situation is, let's just say that it's several years from now, and you are happily married to an American gentleman. Okay, I don't have any idea who this would be, but let's say that the two of you happen to be on vacation in, I don't know, London, and all of a sudden, you give birth, right? Like you're expecting. Follow along with my story.
Okay.
I mean, would it be fair if you're an American and he's an American, and you just happen to be on vacation in London, that therefore your child cannot run for president? You're both American. Doesn't matter if you just happen to be. What if you were either on vacation, or what if you were serving? See, now this is the situation with John McCain, because he was born, I believe I have this right, in Panama, during the time that the Panama Canal. Oh, I probably shouldn't even. Now I'm getting out.
Well,
But
Savannah
anyway,
is saying, I think Savannah is saying this from experience. She's saying our birth certificate says U.S. born abroad.
yeah. Well, the problem is it says natural born. The Constitution says a natural born American. So the requirement is a little, it raises, you know, it's not as specific. If it said must be born within the continental United States.
Okay, only native-born U.S. citizens
Native-born,
or those
yeah.
born abroad, but only to parents of at least one who was a U.S. citizen at the time. Okay,
Okay.
so I think we've clarified that.
Woo-wee! That's
So
good, because that
what
was
we
gonna
figured it out.
had the potential to be some kind of detour, didn't it?
Though from time to time that requirement is called into question. Recently, in the case of potential 2016 presidential candidate Senator Ted Cruz,
Okay.
who was born in Canada to a Cuban-born father and a U.S.-born mother.
Wow.
Also needs to be 35 years of age, as we know.
Right.
Youngest was JFK. Finally, one must live in the U.S. for at least 14 years to be president, in addition to being a natural-born citizen.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution is vague on this point. For example, it does not make clear whether those 14 years need to be in consecutive order or what precise definition is of residency. So far, however, this requirement has not been challenged. Because that's true. I mean, you want someone, you need to have lived in the country enough to know how to run it. You can't
Yes.
just watch it from abroad and decide you're going to come
Correct.
in.
Especially,
I'm going to go run that country
especially
now.
because I think people get a distorted view of America when they are living
Outside of it,
elsewhere.
yeah.
You know, I mean, if you live in this country, you have a pretty good idea on a day-to-day basis exactly what's going on. So that is interesting, but I'll give you a little bit of a sidelight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know, I have to go do the noon broadcast today, correct? Did you know that?
I
So we
didn't
only
know
get a little,
that.
about
I
an
didn't,
hour or so to
but
visit. But you have Ted Cruz.
I do have Ted Cruz.
Waiting
You're
in the
right.
wings.
You're right.
So I will tell you one thing about Ted Cruz is what I had seen this morning was that, so why make the announcement so early on? Nobody else has announced for president. And that he got wind of the fact that a couple of other.
We just got an announcement that there's a UVA news conference that I have to switch to.
Oh.
So we need to listen in on this and hear what's happening.
Oh, are these the rape allegations?
I think so.
Okay.
That we've reached. And then, of course, we'll answer any questions that you might have to the extent we're able to answer those questions. So I'll ask for your cooperation up front. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to thank President Terry Sullivan at the University of Virginia and her staff for making themselves available to us, not only personally, but also making those
This is a news conference. You guys remember when there were those accusations of rape with that Rolling Stone article, and that woman then said it was like made up. It was all that controversy.
Jackie, I think, was the name they used in the article.
Right.
Yes, a lot of questions about it.
So this is a news conference on that.
With the young lady that we came to identify in this case as Jackie. Also want to thank counsel on behalf of the Phi Psi fraternity who made available to us persons and records and other information that was helpful in our investigative process. I want to thank the University of Virginia Police Department, of course, our partner each and every day as we deal with issues in and around the university community. I also want to thank those who had the courage to come forward when we asked and be interviewed and cooperate with this important investigative process. They were under no compulsion to do so. We had no authority upon which to compel their cooperation, but they came forth nonetheless. And then lastly, I want to thank our service providers in the community and commit to our service providers and our survivors in this community to work to help address the important needs of the survivors of sexual assault in our community. As you know, the November 19th, 2014 article that was published in the Rolling Stone magazine prompted tremendous concern, and I think that's probably an understatement, in our community and throughout our nation about sexual assault generally and specifically how sexual assaults are handled on college campuses. Immediately upon the release of that article, the department was contacted by President Sullivan, and she respectfully requested that we commence an immediate criminal investigation into the facts that were contained within that article. Dean Nicola Ramo first learns of sexual assault that had occurred in September of 2012 on May the 20th, 2013, when she met with Jackie. Jackie was referred to Dean Ramo at that time for some academic issues, and it was during the course of that meeting that she described a sexual act. But that act that was described was not consistent with the facts and circumstances as they were described in the article in Rolling Stone magazine. At that time, she did not disclose a specific location as to where that event may have taken place. She again meets with Dina Ramo on April the 21st, 2014, regarding a physical assault which is alleged to have occurred on the corner involving 4 male subjects. It was during the course of that meeting that she discloses the Phi Kappa Psi house as the location of the September 28th, 2012 sexual assault. Now, the Charlottesville Police Department first became aware of the 2012 assault when an officer came to meet with Jackie and Dina Ramo and a University of Virginia police officer in April of 2014 after Jackie's second meeting with Dina Ramo. She described a set of circumstances that occurred on the university corner early that month, April the 6th, 2014 to be exact. Somewhere in the area of Ellwood Avenue, she would say that she came upon 4 male individuals. They began to follow her. One of them called her name. As she turned to look in their direction, she was struck with an object that in further investigation, or rather in interviewing, would be disclosed as a bottle. She said she was struck in the side of the face. She said that when she went home that night, her roommate, who was a nursing student, actually had to help pick the glass particles from her face. And I will tell you that that roommate was subsequently interviewed, and she denies doing that. She further would describe the injury that she saw on her roommate's face as being something of an abrasion. That description is consistent with what investigators would conclude when seeing a photograph that was taken sometime during the week of April 11th, which shows some swelling around Jackie's eye, and again, something that appears to be more of an abrasion as opposed to a blunt trauma injury. Jackie would further say during that interview that she made a telephone call in the area of the parking garage on Ellwood, and that phone call was placed to, I believe, her mother. We had an opportunity to look at phone records that we believe are Jackie's phone records, and there is no such call outlined in those records. There was also a call for service, the totally unrelated call for service, around that same time period, in which a Charlottesville police officer respondent was there for several minutes. Where the officer was on Ellwood would have been visible to someone who would have been in or around the parking garage. I might highlight that, again, it wasn't until several weeks later that Jackie brings that assault to our attention. It's also at that time that she reveals a sexual assault that took place in 2012. She did not wish to report that incident that night to the officer who responded to meet with Dina Ramo and the university officer. And so no report was written at her request. But on May the 1st, 2014, Detective Vaya met with Jackie again in the presence of Dina Ramo. And again, Jackie refused to disclose the details of the sexual assault, nor did she wish to pursue the investigation involving the alleged physical assault, which occurred on April the 6th. And so we fast forward now to November. Rolling Stone magazine article is released, and again, President Sullivan contacts the department and asks for an immediate investigation. Jake quickly recalled having met with a young lady, in April, connects the dots, reaches out to Jackie by phone, I believe, first, leaves a message. This is somewhere around just prior to the Thanksgiving break. Next day, he emails Jackie, and that time Jackie responds back to him, and she agrees to meet with Detective Vaya after the Thanksgiving break. And so on December the 2nd, she comes to the Charlottesville Police Department accompanied by Dean Laurie Castine from the University of Virginia Dean of Students Office. She's also present with legal counsel that she had acquired through Legal Aid and Justice Center here in Charlottesville. And through her lawyer, she refuses to give a statement or answer any questions. At some point thereafter, in an effort to try to get some records that we thought might be relevant to our investigation, records that were specific to Jackie, that the university was not at liberty to give us because of federal privacy laws, we asked through legal counsel whether Jackie would consent to consent to allowing us to gain access by written consent to those records, and that request as well was denied. We were provided by counsel on behalf of Phi Kappa Psi a membership roster from 2012, along with the lease agreements at that time and bank records. 9 of the 11 residents were interviewed who were present or who were in the house in 2012. Were interviewed and had no knowledge regarding a sexual assault, nor did they know the person known as Jackie. A questionnaire that was prepared by Sergeant Harris and Detective Vaya was sent to fraternity members. 19 of those questionnaires were returned. None provided any information regarding Jackie or a sexual assault, either on September the 28th, 2012, or at the house. The further investigation revealed no evidence that a party had taken place on September 28th as well. We checked the social calendar. There was no information pertaining to a calendar, such a party on the social calendar. In addition to the fact, we did find that their sister sorority, Delta Gamma, did in fact have a formal, I believe, on that particular evening, and the thought was that they would not likely have had 2 events as not to cannibalize each other's guest list. And so we weren't able to support that a party was taking place at Phi Kappa Psi. We also discovered during the course of the investigation, through I suspect a cooperative witness that was interviewed, or potential witness, a photograph that's time-stamped September the 28th around 11:30 at night. And it depicts the entrance corridor, the main room of the fraternity house, to the, as I recall, to the left of.
Depends on which way you're facing, right, from the inside.
So you have stairwell on one side, you have an entrance door, side entrance door on the other. There's a male depicted in the picture. He's holding 2 chairs. There's literally no one else around. We found that to be somewhat inconsistent with the large group that was described in the Rolling Stone article. Suffice it to say, we were unable to find any basis of fact to conclude that there was even an event on September the 28th, 2012 at that particular fraternity house. Investigation turned to 2 of Jackie's best friends that we had an opportunity, the investigators had an opportunity to interview. They were aware that Jackie was to be going on a date that particular night with a person identified as Haven Monahan. They had never met Haven Monahan. They had exchanged text messages with a person they believed to be Haven Monahan, but again, they had never met him. It's my understanding, as I recall, they were supposed to be going to the Boar's Head Inn for a dinner, and then they were going to go to a subsequent fraternity event. Unfortunately, the Boar's Head Inn doesn't retain reservation records from 2012. We didn't have sufficient information to access any credit card information to determine whether they even anyone ever had dined at the Boar's Head Inn that evening or not. The other interesting piece of information that comes from the interview of these two friends is that their recollection of the meeting up after this event that is described in the article, they remember it as somewhat different than is described in the article. I believe the article indicates that Jackie reached out to her friends and then they met up closer to the Mad Bowl or the area where the alleged assault took place. The friends seem to think that it Fitzhugh Dorm, somewhere across campus, was the location. They don't recall any physical injuries. They do feel like something occurred, but they don't recall any physical injuries. And so there's some inconsistencies between what they recall and what's outlined in the article. We've made numerous attempts to identify who Haven Monahan is, to the extent that Haven Monahan even exists, using that telephone number that they believe they were texting back and forth to. We searched numerous internet sites to try to identify him. The telephone number came back to, it was a Google number, as I recall, and there was no information that could be obtained, subscriber information that could be obtained from Google. We interviewed members of the aquatic staff. Haven Monahan, or this person Drew, that's identified in the article, and Jackie were supposed to have worked together at the aquatic center pool. Interviewed the supervisors at the pool. None of them were familiar with a Drew or a Haven Monahan. There was another name that surfaced during the course of the investigation as we talked to people. This individual was someone worth looking at because I believe he worked at the aquatic center, and he also belonged to a fraternity, but not this same fraternity. So we wanted to be as thorough as we could. We contacted that person. He met with us. He was represented by counsel as well. He gave statements. He provided financial records, work schedules. I don't know that there was ever any overlap with respect to his shift or Jackie's shift at the pool. We also went as far as to interview, I believe, 5 of the 6 persons who resided at the fraternity that he was part of. All of them were cooperative, as I recall, and none of them had any information regarding a sexual assault that occurred at their house, nor were they aware of Jackie, as I recall. In addition to the fact that the layout of their house is very different than what is described in the Rolling Stone article. So that really is the extent of this investigation, and I apologize that it has taken as long as it has. Unfortunately, we're not able to conclude to any substantive degree that an incident that is consistent with the facts contained in that article occurred at the Phi Kappa Psi fraternity house or any other fraternity house for that matter. Now, I want to be clear about something. That doesn't mean that something terrible did not happen to Jackie on the evening of September the 28th, 2012. We are just not able to gather sufficient facts to conclude what that something may have been. So this case is not closed. It's not closed by any stretch of the imagination. It's suspended until such time as we are able to gather more information, or at such time until someone comes forward and provides us with more information. There were also 2 other cases that were referenced in Jackie's conversations with Dean Aramo. She referenced an allegation of a 2010 sexual assault, which she said occurred at that particular fraternity house. And she also alleged a 2014 sexual assault, which she would say occurred at that fraternity house. We have no evidence of that. No one has come forward making such allegations, no witnesses, no victims, no evidence whatsoever to support those claims. But we're asking if anyone has information related to a sexual assault that occurred in 2010 at that fraternity house, or 2014 at that fraternity house, or any other fraternity house, that they please cooperate with the police and bring that to our attention. And, one last thing that I will say that I've reiterated before since being called before the Board of Visitors to have this important discussion. Having police involvement at the very early stages of these investigations is extremely, extremely important. And as I said months ago and will repeat now, with every second of every minute of every hour of every day, every week of every month, of every year, we lose evidence. We lose testimonial evidence. We lose physical evidence. We lose forensic evidence. We lose the evidence that's important to get to the truth behind these cases so that justice can prevail. So we'll answer your questions the best that we can. To the extent I can't answer the question, I'll certainly let you know. If it's outside my scope of knowledge, that's why these fine gentlemen are here. To the extent that they're able to cooperate with you, we certainly will.
So, Chief,
yes, sir.
As far as you can tell, the allegations laid out in the Rolling Stone article, as they were laid out in the magazine, they were untrue?
We have no way to support that. We have no evidence that supports those assertions.
Did Jackie say anything or do anything in the course of the investigation misleading the police that could result in any kind of charge against her?
But we've had really our only encounter with Jackie, other than the telephone call and an email exchange, is when she came in with counsel in early December, and that is our last physical encounter with her, and any and all other information was shared through counsel. Yes, ma'am.
Did you say that she was cooperative in the investigation?
Well, she did not provide us a statement.
And then just a follow-up question. After the article came out, people were saying that there was a rape culture on campus. In the investigation, was there anything to back that up?
With respect to this investigation, we could find no information that would corroborate such an assertion. Yes, ma'am.
How much time and money did the Charlottesville Police Department devote to investigating this?
I have not made that determination. A lot of time and energy went into trying to track down people, keeping in mind that we had no way to compel cooperation. So some of the time taken and invested was just trying to locate folks and get them in to interview them. Yes, ma'am. DJ?
We did interview her, yes.
And what was she able to corroborate anything?
Yes, she was able to provide us some very specific questions. As a journalist, I mean, there's some things she just could not get into because of protecting her sources, but some of the stuff that was in the article, we were able to actually go through and try to get in a little more detail than what was actually printed. So, yeah, she was cooperative with us as best as she could be.
Did she seem to stand by the story when she was speaking?
You'd have to ask her that.
Can you just clarify? So it sounds like there had been a history of her saying that she had been assaulted. There was one other case. Is that right?
No, I think those were other alleged victims.
No, but I thought when she was walking down the street, she
Yeah, let me clarify that. Thank you. The second time she met with Dina Ramo in April of 2014, she discussed a physical assault, being struck with a bottle on April the 6th. It's when she met with an officer regarding that incident that she also discloses to us for the first time the sexual assault that occurred in 2012.
But you had talked with her about a previous assault. She had come to police about an assault other than what was reported in Rolling Stone.
That was the April the 6th assault with the bottle? Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Can you describe the phone records that you reviewed and how you obtained them?
I cannot. Yes, sir.
You mentioned something about 2010. Can you just clarify if that came from Jackie or someone else and what that was?
Well, my understanding is, and DJ, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Jackie brought to Dina Ramo's attention an incident in 2010 and 2014, but no one has come forward to report those incidents.
Chief, I'm just confused because, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't think Jackie was at the University of Virginia in 2010.
I don't know that she had actual knowledge of the event, but had knowledge such that she was able to share it.
But there weren't incidents.
Not.
She was reporting incidents with herself.
That's correct. They were not incidents that involved her. Thank you for that point of clarification. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the importance of how important it is to investigate early, to get that forensic evidence. Just why was this not fully investigated, like you mentioned, the criminal investigation, right off the bat when you learned about it?
When we learned about it? Well, First of all, when are you talking about in April and May of 2014?
Right. Early on, before, because you mentioned that it was the university who asked you to come forward and help with an investigation, but upon learning of the allegation, upon your officers talking to Jackie, was an investigation?
She did not wish to pursue the criminal justice system as part of her options, and she certainly had the right to do that at that point.
Did she give a reason why, or her attorney give a reason why she wasn't fully cooperative this latest time around?
I don't recall that she did.
No, the last contact we had with her was on December 10th, and we were very distinctly and succinctly told that she would not talk to us, that she would not file a report, that she did not want it investigated, and that we were not to talk to her again. So that's what I can tell you.
Yes, sir.
Given what you've described, the comprehensive, thorough investigation, the credibility issues, reluctance of the individual to pursue charges, why aren't you closing the case?
Because I can't prove that something didn't happen. And there may come a point in time where either this survivor or this complaining party, this person we've identified as Jackie, or someone else may not come forward with information that might help us move this investigation further. I think it's a disservice to Jackie. I think it's a disservice to frankly, to the university to simply close this without at least allowing an opportunity so that if additional information comes forward, we're able to further investigate it.
How long do you keep it open? Years?
There's no statute of limitations on this particular type of crime. Yes, sir.
After Jackie met with the University of Virginia in May 2013, was there any communication between the university and Charlottesville police regarding what she talked about? And was there any, if not, was there any information given about why the university did not reach out to the police?
We first learned of this incident in April of 2014.
And did the university explain why they did not reach out to you before April 2014?
I think that's a question best asked to the university, and it's part of the larger discussion of how universities, the process that universities will go through as we move forward, the protocols, to report this kind of information to the police and how that will be reported. I learned a lot about federal law that I didn't know much about prior to this, that really is somewhat restrictive in how universities share certain types of information with law enforcement. And so hopefully as we move forward, we'll get to work through some of those laws as well so they don't create, I think, the unforeseen consequence of being an obstruction to a criminal investigation. Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, Jackie is not facing any charges?
Absolutely not. Yes, sir.
If the legislation adopted by the General Assembly this year, how will that affect your ability to investigate in the future?
I'm embarrassed to say I haven't fully reviewed the legislation, so I can't competently answer that question. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us roughly how many people you spoke to in the course of this investigation? Was it dozens or?
DJ?
Around 70.
And Chief, could you say in the field of law enforcement, has anyone come up with any data as to how prevalent false claims of rape are in this country?
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Would it be safe to say hundreds of hours of this investigation, hundreds of hours did you guys spend? Thousands?
I don't know that I'd say thousands, but certainly hundreds.
Hundreds of hours. And secondly, Chief, do you think female students are more or less likely to come forward with an accusation of sexual assault in the wake of this article and the subsequent debunking of this article?
I'm not competent to answer that question, but I would hope that survivors in our community, women and sometimes men that fall victim to these crimes, they have a right to exercise their options, that they have a right to choose whether or not to involve the criminal justice system. They have that absolute right. My concern is that as they're walked through those options, that they make an informed decision, that they know as time goes on that if they at some point in time choose the criminal justice system as their remedy, it becomes more difficult with the passage of time. For all the reasons that I stated before, we really lose critical pieces of evidence as time passes. But my concern is to make sure, regardless of whether the system changes or it doesn't, is that when a survivor is being provided a service, either from the university or to a healthcare provider, and they're given those options, that they're allowed to make an informed decision, and that the criminal justice process is thoroughly explained. The victim witness services that come with that process are critical in helping survivors get through what is really a difficult time, particularly when you're involved in potential litigation. And just because a survivor would choose the criminal justice process by allowing us to begin an investigation doesn't mean they're compelled to take the matter to trial. And so all those things need to really be outlined so that a survivor makes what I think is an informed decision. Yes, ma'am.
Based on the interviews that were conducted, is there any evidence to suggest that perhaps something traumatic, sexual assault or rape, did occur to Jackie?
We certainly can't say that something didn't happen. Even her friends that she met with, the early morning would say something happened.
But no evidence to suggest?
No evidence to support it.
And has she returned to UVA as a student?
I don't know the answer to that question, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So, sir, after your comprehensive investigation, then a cloud continues to hang over this fraternity, correct?
Well, we have no basis to conclude that anything happened at that fraternity house.
Well, why don't you can't you say assertively whether...
I think I just did. Yes, ma'am.
Just a question for the investigators. Do you believe the story that Jackie told in Rolling Stone?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe the story that Jackie told in Rolling Stone?
Do I believe the story? I think based on the information we have, the evidence that we've obtained, and the statements from the witnesses, as it's written in the story, no, I don't. I think it's like Chief Longo said, something may have happened. We don't know until we talk to her and she wants to come forward and she's in a place where she feels comfortable to come forward. We won't know what happened to her.
I'll get right to you. I think it's also important just to reiterate that what Jackie is stated to Dina Ramo and what she later states to her friends that she meets with immediately thereafter, she describes a sexual act that is inconsistent with the material that's provided in that article. Yes, sir.
Dina Ramo has been mentioned several times in this, and you've mentioned her today. How would you now, with your investigation through, or at least what you concluded today, characterize her handling?
Well, I'm not going to characterize. I think it would be unfair, reckless, and irresponsible for me to do so. I will tell you that the University of Virginia has brought together a cadre of professionals in this area to look at their processes and their protocols. I think Dina Ramo handled this in accordance with policy that existed at the time. Now, we could debate whether that policy consistent at the time was a good or bad policy. That's not my place. That's the place of the good people that have been hired to look at the university and to help them walk through that. Yes, ma'am.
False reporting of rape is heart-wrenching for victims who now have to worry about being looked at as a liar. It angers people who've been falsely accused. Can you give us any of your personal feelings about seeing this to be false allegations, which is so painful for so many people?
Well, I think we need to be careful. There's a difference between a false allegation and something that happened that may be different than has been reported in that article. I'm not in a position where I can say, based on all the evidence we've developed, that something terrible didn't happen to that young lady that night. All I can tell you is there is no substantive basis to conclude what is described in that article happened that night. Yes, ma'am.
Will Sabrina Erdely be facing any charges?
Not from the police department, no, ma'am. Yes, sir.
How's the investigation of the vandalism of the frat house coming along?
That's still being pursued. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure we're clear on this. What you were told, what your investigators were told in April 2014 is not the same account that appeared in the story. Can you explain the difference between them?
I won't go in detail as to what the sexual act that was disclosed was. I think that would be inappropriate. I will tell you that it's wholly inconsistent with the sexual act that is described in that article. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
You talked about these victims, when they come forward through the university system, needing informed consent and making sure that they know their options and that they know how important it is to bring these cases to you urgently because time is a factor. The way you were saying it, it made it seem that maybe you think the current university system, maybe not just at UVA but across the country, isn't sufficient in giving those victims informed consent?
Well, I'm not part of that process, so it would be inappropriate for me to evaluate a process that I'm not part of. I will tell you that as a law enforcement official, and this is not a statement directed at our university, it's a broader question as to how, as you've said, it's handled at universities across the country. I think I need to be sure. It needs to be demonstrated to me that when that process, when the survivor is walked through that process, okay, or here are your options. You can do nothing. We can help you with medical treatment and psychological counseling and other resources to get you through this difficult time. You can use the administrative process within the university. But then there's this other process within the criminal justice system. I would want to make sure that when they get to that process, not that the other processes aren't important, they're hugely important. Support for the survivor is first and foremost. That's hugely important. That once they're in a position to listen and to think through the next series of options, I would want them to really have the opportunity to hear how time can damage our ability to gather evidence.
And from a law enforcement perspective, do you not feel like you're getting that? Like when you deal with these cases, do you feel like you wish there was more of a push?
I would like to get the information as quickly as I possibly can get it, and have in place a mechanism that allows for that to take place. But look, this is a discussion that legislatures are having across the country. And as has been mentioned, there's legislation before the governor now that may address some of these issues. There's a real hard look at the university's protocols that might address some of these issues. And I'm willing to give it the opportunity to let all those things happen and really be part of implementing what some of the good solutions are. Yes, ma'am.
Why do you think Daphne told her story to the Rolling Stones reporter and wouldn't talk to you?
I can't answer that question. Yes, ma'am.
Since the article was published, more women, more female students have come forward to report sexual assault to not just the university but to the police.
You know, we haven't looked at the reporting numbers. That's certainly something we can do and get back to you on. Yes, sir.
Chief, you're a leader in this community. The past year, a UVA student has been murdered, arrested, made infamous through this article on the national stage. How would you personally describe this past year? And what do you say to the students who are just tired of controversy?
You know, I had the opportunity, the privilege of meeting with students on Friday afternoon. Perhaps you might have been there. And I made a statement in the beginning, and I meant that statement from my heart. These students have been through, as you've indicated, so much in the last 7 months. In the last 7 months, their university and our community has been on a national stage 3 times. But they keep getting up, right? They keep getting up. They dust themselves off, and they continue to move forward. And I hope that continues to happen. And we're committed. This police department's committed, and I hope this entire community's committed to helping them do that. I mean, this is a great community, and that's an outstanding university. And like every other place in the world, it's got its issues, just like our neighborhoods and communities have its issues. It's identifying those issues and collaborating to work beyond those issues and come up with solutions that I think are so important. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to stand by these students because they deserve that. That very well may be a result. That is a discussion that we've had. It's a discussion that I know that others have had in our community, and we certainly do not want to undertake a process that is going to have a chilling effect on someone coming forward and seeking resources to help them through a really difficult time in their lives. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your patience. And you have one more question, and then...
No, just spellings of names.
Okay.
I got one.
Hawes.
Has this department ever prosecuted anyone for false report?
Not that I'm aware of. And so that we're clear, we would, before we would ever undertake that, we would certainly sit down with our Commonwealth attorney. I would never place a charge such as that without a comfortable sense that our Commonwealth attorney would pursue it. He ultimately is the prosecuting authority for our city. And if I'm going to place a charge of that magnitude, I'm going to make sure that the Commonwealth attorney supports that charge, feels as though he can prosecute that charge, and has a desire to prosecute that charge. Because one could argue, too, that could have a chilling effect on a reporting process. And so I would want to be really sensitive before I would do something like that to make sure that I was thinking it through, and I was thinking it through with someone with his depth of knowledge. And again, he's the prosecuting authority. Thank you all for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Where's the handout you mentioned? The document?
It'll be coming to you from Miriam Dickler probably within the next hour. Yes. Yes.
All right, we're back. And for those of you who, let's lower it slightly. For those of you who were confused. I know a lot of you are like, what are they talking about? Maybe they don't know the whole story with that UVA case. So there was this whole sort of expose in Rolling Stone where this journalist interviewed this girl named Jackie, or someone who is referred to as Jackie, who came out and shared her story about being gang raped by members of this fraternity at UVA.
Yeah, it was shocking.
And it was like so controversial. It was shared everywhere. People were just upset.
Right.
Well, then it turns out that this journalist didn't effectively get all sides of the story.
Yeah.
Then further investigation revealed from, talking to various people that Jackie perhaps fabricated some of her story. And here we are now, police coming out and addressing those allegations. This is months and months ago.
It was. This coincides with the fact that Rolling Stone wanted an investigation, because I think the powers that be at Rolling Stone felt like they kind of got hoodwinked.
Right, absolutely, and it's bad for their brand.
Absolutely. And I mean, if I recall, when this piece came out, within about 48 hours there were questions about it, because all around campus there was nobody who seemed to know anything about it.
Right.
And it just seemed like if something to that level was going on, that people would know about it. And so it's a black eye for the reporting business. It's a black eye for Rolling Stone, and it was a black eye for this campus, and it looks like they've come up with the truth now that it was made up. So,
yeah, wasn't there UVA just in the news again? Oh, right, with the racism allegations with that student.
Oh, right.
Right, when I first heard UVA press conference, for a while I thought it was the story we were covering all of last week, where the student got into the altercation with police, because we were covering that a lot last week. And now here we are with a different story.
And then there was also the story of a co-ed who was found murdered
at UVA?
A little bit off the UVA campus.
Oh,
and they came up with a surveillance video of a guy who was like stalking her, walking out of a bar
with
right
her.
after.
Oh, that was a
like
huge
trailing her.
Hannah Graham, is that her name?
It might have been.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I remember that story when she was missing. Yeah. Hannah Graham.
So,
and that was UVA student. Right. UVA has been in the headlines a lot.
Right. Now that story, obviously, for all the wrong reasons.
We have
that
murder, we have
legit.
rape, and we have alleged police misconduct, or
Yeah.
That's that's a bad.
So,
UVA. And one of the top 25 universities in the country, though.
Sure. And I mean, it's not in any kind of major metro area. It's in Charlottesville,
right?
Virginia.
It's not a huge city at all.
Yeah. I mean, when I was on vacation and drove through Charlottesville, I had a hard time even finding the campus, because I was on my way to go see Thomas Jefferson's house, which is on the hill up above campus.
That must have been cool.
Yeah. Well, I told you that whole story, how it's on the back of a nickel. Remember?
Right.
Yeah.
You did tell me.
Yeah.
By the way, I know you're doing the noon. We only have 20 minutes left, or probably like 15 by the time you have to leave.
Did we find out if we got the A-OK to show people these stories? Oh, I love it. You guys are going to flip over this story if you haven't heard it yet.
I have a few things. I have something called Hoon Heart Walk.
Oh, great.
And I have Cop Helps Marathoner, Vote VO, and SOT.
Okay.
So where do you want to start
Well,
with?
let's start with a Cop Helps Marathoner.
Okay.
Because just as a little bit of background for you guys, we go to Louisville, Kentucky, and there's a woman named Asia Ford who came in almost dead last in this race, right? Mm-hmm. So this happens in Louisville every year. It's called the Road City Run, and she had decided that she was... You take a look, right? See that picture with her and that officer?
Oh, wow.
Now, so she's kind of heavy set, but I'm telling you, she's already lost 25 pounds. And so she had set as a goal, in the process of losing weight, I'm going to run this race. And so, but the officer could see that she was in distress about 4 miles in. It was a 10K, so 6.1 miles. So about 2/3 of the way through, I don't know if he's right along the route or what, but he says, I got to help her out. So he starts walking along with her, and she's determined to finish. And somebody took this picture as she's approaching the finish line. And it's a really cool story of a big-hearted cop who helps a woman who, now her name is Asia Ford, and she says, quote, she went on Facebook and thanked him and said that she, quote, messed up and forgot to eat. this morning before she goes and runs the race.
Oh my God.
Well, everybody knows you're supposed to carb load.
Sometimes I forget to eat before the show, but this is nothing compared to
I know.
that race.
No, I know. I mean, you're not burning the kind of calories she is.
I mean, talking burns some calories.
Exactly.
But not that kind of.
The day that I had to run and go get you salmon off of the cooking of the set, and your whole diet was Starbucks and salmon, I was worried about you.
Well, right now my diet is iced coffee from Chick-fil-A.
Good. You are so on board with Chick-fil-A. I love it.
Well, it was my only option because I knew today was also going to be a busy morning. And if I didn't eat even a little bit,
Yeah.
it's going to be a rough morning. I'm already starving right now.
Oh, I don't doubt
I ate
it.
4 hours ago in the car.
Oof.
Yeah. I got
Okay,
my
I thought-
Chick-fil-A about 7:20 this morning.
Okay, that's good. That's a good biscuit. Okay, so anyway, so she had her max. She was 475 pounds, and she's gradually been losing weight. I think she's lost about 25 pounds, maybe a little more. So she starts working out, and the problem was she didn't eat. She's 4 miles in, and she says, I start feeling sick. Right about that moment as she's feeling sick, this officer's like, she's probably watching and seeing she's woozy, because I've run 2 half marathons. And I can just tell you, you get to the point at about mile number 8. In fact, here's what I remember about running the half marathon. We had run for 20 minutes, and we came right by the station here, right? And so we go right up 7th Avenue, right by the studios. So we're downtown here at the state capitol. We go up 7th Avenue, and we turn onto McDowell. So I've already run from the state capitol here to Fox 10, all the way up to McDowell, right, where 7th Ave, where all those restaurants are. And we turn the corner, and I'm thinking, okay, I've already run for 20 minutes. And I look ahead, straight down McDowell into the sun, and I think I've got 2 more hours of running still to go. Let's see, look at your face, tells it all.
I couldn't run for like 10 minutes. Oh my God, I would walk the whole thing.
Yeah, well, so she did walk the thing, but she said, I am determined to finish. And I think if this particular officer hadn't been there, so she writes and she says, she calls her, see, he's my angel. I want to thank my angel.
Should we play the sound, the interview clip?
I think so. You're going to hear from the officer. I
Okay.
think you get to hear from her briefly. But the officer just talks about kind of the emotion that he felt of being able to help her reach her goal. It's pretty neat.
Listen in.
When I watched her approach and I started to hear the people scream, and I let her go right there before the end and watched her raise her hands, there aren't words. There's just aren't words to the way I felt.
Teary-eyed. It was a really special moment.
Really special moment.
Aw, that was sweet.
So, anyway, so this is in Louisville, and he was the incident commander for the whole run, so he was kind of in charge, and he was at the back of the race along with an ambulance.
That's such a good
as
cop
racers
story.
were starting to come by. It's such a great
It's
cop
such
story.
a good
Yeah,
story, and
right.
not to like make it controversial or anything, but in a in a scenario right now where so many people are angry, especially in terms of white-black relations.
Yeah.
This is an amazing photo to look at, where
I
it's
know.
like you have a white officer
Yeah.
helping this woman
I
cross
know.
the finish line, and they're just
I love
there
this
for
story.
It's an amazing
Yeah,
story, and I feel
right.
like we need to show more of this on the news as opposed to all of the, UVA assaults and Ferguson. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
I totally agree
It's
with
just like
you.
such a great photo.
In fact, if you saw what I posted on Facebook yesterday, I said, man, maybe this can transition into this other story of the Heart Walk. I said, look, I know we cover lots of bad news every day. In fact, we've got another story about an unbelievable full-on brawl in the parking lot of a Walmart here in Arizona that is ridiculous from the weekend where one guy got shot and
died.
was killed. A police officer got shot. He's going to be okay. But, I mean, every day there's just so much violence out there to report. But I said the real story of life here in the Valley is when I showed up to this Heart Walk and I look out over this sea of people this weekend, and they moved it in recent years down to the Arizona State Capitol. And you look and it's hard to even see the end of where the crowd ends because you have 18,000 people.
Crazy.
And and I just said, that's the real story. The real story is that this town is full of people who care about their neighbors, care about their family, and it was really, really great. So do you have that? Do you have the Hooner?
Yeah, I do have Hooner Heart Walk. Let's play that.
Let's pull that up. Oh, there's the start line.
How many people were out?
8,000. 18,000.
Wow.
It was such a great
And
turnout.
This is, what street is this?
That's Washington.
12th Avenue?
Yeah,
12th Avenue.
Yeah, well, that's 16th
Or
Avenue.
16. Okay, I was trying to figure that out.
At Washington was this very
Okay.
street our studio's on, just about a mile down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just so much fun. And it was such a great time. And I don't know the amount of money that was raised, but I can tell you it was a lot. And see, everybody comes out in their colored shirts because they're supporting. In a lot of cases, they've lost a family member to a heart attack.
Wow.
And they say, you know, we're going to take steps so that it doesn't happen to more families, that kind of thing.
look at the kid.
So that's bee in a bonnet. But there are even little ones, you know, who
Was
have...
red the official color? Or I guess everyone.
yeah,
they're
they
different
asked,
teams, I
yeah.
guess, wearing different colors.
But they asked me to wear red, so a lot of times it is wear red for Heart Month,
right.
you know. So let me just show you this picture to our audience. This I think is so cool. Okay, so it's just about time to go on the air. There's me wearing my red, and I'm like, okay, so we got to put somebody on TV. Who can I put on TV? And I turn around, and here's this whole group of looks like about 10 family members all
Right.
together wearing their orange, and they have these T-shirts that say we're with Team Emma. So I say, well, who is Emma? And Emma, I think I can get you a clearer shot here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Emma is the girl who you saw right there in the middle. See, this is no. I'm going to get you a really good shot of Emma because here, yeah. Now we can zoom in, and you can actually see her smile. She's so adorable. Okay, so there's Emma, and she had a stroke, and she has something on her arm, so I think that she has a little bit of limited mobility with her arm. Look at her smile. Look at her. Yeah, you know, and she was just so infectious. You just couldn't help but love her and her family. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, there's one family that gets together and says, well, we're just going to get out there and we're going to support everybody at this Heart Walk. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so they raised 1.3 million. Almost 1.4.
Wow.
And Fox 10, we're the primary sponsor of it. And we were really proud to be part of it, and it was just such a great group. I was trying to get pictures, Samia, so that I could give you a feel for the crowd. And like here, that's down there kind of by the state capitol complex. And it just sort of winds around and goes there forever. I'm like, stand still so I can get your picture, right? And post it on social media.
Show it sideways. Show that crowd sideways.
Okay.
Go back.
Well, here, look. I took a pano.
Oh, that's good. That's a good shot.
All right.
See, if I could use the new iPad, I would show that.
Yeah.
You know that?
So I'm shooting right into the sun, so it's a little bit hard to see. But if I were to zoom in, you could just see it's just a sea of people that goes all the way back. So anyway, it was really cool. We raised a lot of money, but the best shot that I took was of this cartoon character guy named Sporticus. Sporticus, who did a backflip live in front of the crowd, and I just happened to catch him mid-air. That's him.
Wow, that's
upside
crazy.
down. I feel like I'm one of those photographers for Sports Illustrated or something. That's him, perfectly in the 180-degree position, staring right at me.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That was nuts.
That sounds fun, though. Sounds like you had a good weekend.
Yeah, so it was really great, and just met a lot of really great people.
That's so cool.
I love this picture. Let me see if I can find this one other picture. Our photographer, Tom Fergus, was out there. Well, I know. This will be on Instagram. We hope you come follow us on Instagram, because we get a lot of really great pictures on Insta. Look at this picture that Tom took of me, just emceeing. And there's the crowd, and there's the flag waving in the breeze. What a great shot. So, anyway, that was the big thing going on here in Phoenix this weekend. That is for sure. So, you know the other thing I wanted to mention to you?
The crazy negative story. The brawl. I know you want to talk about that.
Yeah, I do. I want to talk about the high tide, but we probably should talk about the Cottonwood Brawl because we've got the package.
Right, I have actually the video. I don't have the high tide video.
Let me do the setup, and then I'm afraid I have to leave because I got to go to get ready for the noon broadcast. But and I don't know how much of this is in the package because we've been learning more about it here, but apparently this is all one huge family. And they have been living in the parking lot. Now, I think Walmart lets you, if you have an RV or something,
Live in the parking lot?
not live, but if you want to camp out for a day or two, kind of a thing.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I believe so.
That's an interesting
Because
fact.
here's the part of the story. There was a guy who was also camped out that night who remembers looking out of his RV window, and he said the sound of gunfire woke him up. It's the middle of the night. He's up in beautiful Cottonwood, which you've been up through that area, because it's on the way to Jerome.
Okay.
Right, so it's up there by Montezuma Castle and everything. So he looks out his window of his RV and he hears people screaming, sees people running around in the parking lot, guns going off, people firing guns. He's trying to figure out what's going on. Well, this was the end result, apparently, of this entire family that was living out of an SUV for days in the parking lot. So I think they were taking advantage of Walmart's good hospitality.
And then this happened.
And in fact, they went inside and they're in the bathroom for who knows how long. You know, they're probably treating it as their own personal restroom facilities. And so a clerk goes in there and they start shoving her, like, get out of our way, lady. So it quickly escalates. The police are called. Shots are fired at the police. They take cover and aim at these guys, and one of them's dead, and a bunch of them are under arrest. So there it is in a nutshell. And it happened in Cottonwood, which is really a beautiful town. It's right in the shadow of, in fact, the first shot of the Walmart, you can see the mountains in the background. You can tell how beautiful it is. That's Mingus Mountain. So, I mean, it's a beautiful area. And it's a small enough town that we don't see this kind of trouble. It almost sounds like something you'd hear more in the Phoenix area. But
let's watch.
Here we go. Here's Jessica's story.
A deadly brawl at this Cottonwood Walmart breaking out in the parking lot. Investigators say the fight between 8 officers and 9 suspects ended late last night, with one of those suspects shot and killed in front of the store, another suspect with a gunshot wound to his abdomen, and an officer shot in the leg.
It's hard to believe that happened here in Cottonwood.
Cottonwood's a quiet town.
Yes, it is.
Investigators say the suspects attacked a Walmart employee inside the store. As police arrived on scene, the suspects allegedly ambushed the officers. Iona Clark says her husband was inside the store when the fight broke out.
Your husband works here, and what did he say to you?
He said there was action down here last night. The Walmart got shut down. No one could come and go inside. They got locked in, and the parking lot was shut down. No one could come and go either.
2 suspects shot, 1 died. The remaining 7 suspects taken into custody. Detectives say the group are members of the same family, though officers haven't been able to identify them.
These suspects, we're not going to release names tonight because we don't know who they are. They are not cooperating with us. I can tell you that I guess there were 9 of them, mostly male, but there were 2 females.
He said he's seen these guys outside for 3 days. Hanging around, so I don't know what the purpose was.
The injured officer is 31 years old and has been with the Cottonwood Police Department for 10 years. He is expected to make a full recovery. A deadly brawl at this Cottonwood...
All right, guys, that was the story that Jessica did yesterday about this crazy brawl. Real quick, as you can see, Ron had to leave. He is anchoring the noon show here at Fox 10, so he cannot chat with us any longer, but I do have a couple other stories that I want to get to. For those of you who missed a lot of our coverage this morning, I just want to recap. We did extensively cover the Debra Milke case. Well, I guess there's no case anymore because it's been dismissed. Debra Milke is a free woman. We are going to hear more on this story tomorrow. They're holding a press conference at 11:30. Debra Milke was the woman that was on death row for 23 years, found guilty in the murder of her 4-year-old son in 1989. It turns out there was a lot of police detective misconduct, and that misconduct was so severe that they threw out her conviction altogether, and Debra Milke is now a free woman. She did sort of speak outside court. We have the video of her leaving court, and you can see reporters ambushing her, trying to get some questions and answers, and this is some video that we shot earlier this morning, so in case you missed it. This is from, I just a few hours ago.
How do you feel right now? Tell us about it.
I feel good right now. I do.
What's tell me your reaction?
Back off. Back off.
Can you tell us your reaction?
I'll have more to say tomorrow.
Anything you can say to us today?
I feel good.
Do you feel vindicated?
Right now, I will say more tomorrow. Why tomorrow?
Anything?
Watch out! I'm pushing. Yeah, tomorrow.
I'm feeling my foot.
Yeah.
Please give her some space.
What are your plans now?
I'm not saying any more. I have a press conference tomorrow.
Your reaction, Mike?
Oh, it's a wonderful day. This is
Lori,
it's unbelievable.
What do you
I don't want to hurt anybody here. I'm sorry.
Say again?
We're thrilled and relieved.
Yes.
What's the next step? Tell us about this case against prosecutors, a civil lawsuit. Why you feel that this needs to be rectified.
I'm not involved in the civil suit. Mike is. So.
Mike, talk to us about that, please.
Well, probably should have the lead civil attorneys that are going to be involved in that case make statements about it, but obviously it's been filed because there's a statute of limitations issue that was facing it. I think the complaint that was filed speaks for itself, so it will go on from there. But probably the civil attorneys who are involved will be the people you really need to have address all of the issues in that case.
And Deborah,
what are you going to do now?
With the case dismissed, there's still a lot of people think that you were responsible for the killing of your son. Anything you can say about that?
We'll address everything tomorrow.
Please, everybody. My foot's killing me.
What was it like getting that deadly?
Breathe fresh air.
I've been breathing fresh air for a very long time.
Anything you're going to do right now to celebrate?
Not right now. In a bit.
Thank you very much.
What was it like to see Stephanie today? She said she wasn't able to see you for quite a while because of the arrangements and things. What did you say to her on the hallway?
What do you think about this?
We're having a press conference tomorrow, and I will address.
Mike, apparently you're having a news conference tomorrow.
We are. At 11:30 we're going to have a news conference to try to answer everybody's questions at that time. It's just hard right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
You know, then you got me here all times when I got a broken foot.
Hang in there, man. We'll see you tomorrow at your office.
Okay. Well, it won't be in our office.
Oh.
It's going to be over at Lori's office, and there's a building there above the parking garage where it's going to be.
A little overwhelmed. I feel crowded right now.
Excuse us. Thank you.
It's taking a while to get used to. It's a long, long journey with so many ups and downs. It's really hard to believe that it's finally happened, that all of a sudden she's totally exonerated, that, you know, that here is a woman that suffered for years, that maliciously was prosecuted. She was innocent. It was all based upon a police officer that just totally lied. And to see her free today and totally free and exonerated, it's an unbelievable feeling. Just unbelievable.
Here's our ride.
Okay, and I have to take my little cart apart, so it's going to be a little tricky. Here, I got it. Yep. From here, I'm fine.
You should be younger to have that kind of injury.
I know that.
That should be a sports injury.
That's right. Thank you.
Actions. How do you feel right now?
Okay, guys, so you just watched video that we taped earlier this morning. We aired that live here on News Now. I think that was around 9:30 this morning, somewhere around there at 9:15, because Debra Milke's case wrapped up in court at 8:32. According to Steve Krafft, they were in at 8:30, they were done by 8:32, and they just waited outside for her to leave the courtroom, and that is the video that we had live for you on here on News Now. We just replayed it for you in case you missed it. And again, tomorrow, 11:30, they will be holding a press conference. We'll be carrying it here live on News Now. That's 11:30 Pacific Standard Time. There we'll hear Debra Milke's side of the story. I'm sure she'll be asked a lot of questions from the press. We spoke with Steve. Steve's probably going to be there tomorrow asking many questions that we discussed here on the show, so make sure you tune in then. All right, the last thing on my list. So we talked about it a little while ago. Ron and I talked about it. Ted Cruz's big announcement. So he speaks at Liberty University for almost 30 minutes or so, and at the very end announces that he is going to run for President of the United States. He is looking for, I guess, the official nomination from the Republican Party. There's been a lot of speculation as to who was going to run. There are names like Jeb Bush out, Ted Cruz out, Marco Rubio, so many names out there. But this is the first time that someone has come out and said, yes, I'm doing it. Not, I'm thinking about it, I'm not considering it, but yes, I'm running. So I have that speech for you guys now. Again, he did this, I know I was listening to it on the drive into work, so I want to say it was between 7:30 and 8 this morning, Pacific Standard Time, so some of you may have missed it. I was on a number of the cable news networks. But no worries, because I have it here for you guys now on News Now. So here it is.
Thank you so much, President Falwell. God bless Liberty University. I am thrilled to join you today at the largest Christian university in the world. Today I want to talk with you about the promise of America. Imagine your parents when they were children. Imagine a little girl growing up in Wilmington, Delaware. It's during World War II, the daughter of Irish and Italian Catholic family, working class. Her uncle ran numbers in Wilmington. She grew up with dozens of cousins because her mom was the second youngest of 17 kids. She had a difficult father, a man who drank far too much and frankly didn't think that women should be educated. And yet this young girl, pretty and shy, was driven, was bright, was inquisitive. And she became the first person in her family ever to go to college. In 1956, my mom, Eleanor, graduated from Rice University with a degree in math and became a pioneering computer programmer in the 1950s and 1960s. Imagine a teenage boy, not much younger than many of you here today, growing up in Cuba. Jet black hair, skinny as a rail. involved in student council. And yet Cuba was not at a peaceful time. The dictator, Batista, was corrupt. He was oppressive. And this teenage boy joins a revolution. He joins a revolution against Batista. He begins fighting with other teenagers to free Cuba from the dictator. This boy at age 17 finds himself thrown in prison, finds himself tortured, beaten, and then at age 18, he flees Cuba. He comes to America. Imagine for a second the hope that was in his heart as he rode that ferry boat across to Key West and got on a Greyhound bus to head to Austin, Texas, to begin working, washing dishes, making 50 cents an hour, coming to the one land on earth that has welcomed so many millions. When my dad came to America in 1957, he could not have imagined what lay in store for him. Imagine a young married couple living together in the 1970s. Neither one of them has a personal relationship with Jesus. They have a little boy, and they're both drinking far too much. They're living a fast life. When I was 3, my father decided to leave my mother and me. We were living in Calgary at the time. He got on a plane and he flew back to Texas. And he decided he didn't want to be married anymore. And he didn't want to be a father to his 3-year-old son. And yet when he was in Houston, a friend, a colleague from the oil and gas business, invited him to a Bible study, invited him to Clay Road Baptist Church. And there my father gave his life to Jesus Christ. And God transformed his heart. And he drove to the airport. He bought a plane ticket. And he flew back to be with my mother and me. There are people who wonder if faith is real. I can tell you, in my family, there's not a second of doubt. Because were it not for the transformative love of Jesus Christ, I would have been saved and I would have been raised by a single mom without my father in the household. Imagine another little girl living in Africa, in Kenya and Nigeria. It's a diverse crowd. Playing with kids, they spoke Swahili, she spoke English. Coming back to California, where her parents, who had been missionaries in Africa, raised her on the Central Coast. She starts a small business when she's in grade school, baking bread. She calls it Heidi's Bakery. She and her brother compete baking bread. They bake thousands of loaves of bread and go to the local apple orchard where they sell the bread to people coming to pick apples. She goes on to a career in business, excelling and rising to the highest pinnacles. And then Heidi becomes my wife and my very best friend in the world. Heidi becomes an incredible mom to our two precious little girls, Caroline and Catherine, the joys and loves of our life. Imagine another teenage boy being raised in Houston, hearing stories from his dad about prison and torture in Cuba, hearing stories about how fragile liberty is, beginning to study the United States Constitution, learning about the incredible protections we have in this country that protect the God-given liberty of every American. Experiencing challenges at home. The mid-1980s, oil prices crater, and his parents' business go bankrupt. Heading off to school over 1,000 miles away from home at a place where he knew nobody, where he was alone and scared. And his parents going through bankruptcy meant there was no financial support at home, so at the age of 17, he went to get 2 jobs to help pay his way through school. He took over $100,000 in school loans. Loans I suspect a lot of y'all can relate to. Loans that I'll point out I just paid off a few years ago. These are all of our stories. These are who we are as Americans. And yet, for so many Americans, the promise of America seems more and more distant. What is the promise of America? The idea that, the revolutionary idea that this country was founded upon, which is that our rights, they don't come from man. They come from God Almighty. And that the purpose of the Constitution, as Thomas Jefferson put it, is to serve as chains to bind the mischief of government. The incredible opportunity of the American dream. What has enabled millions of people from all over the world to come to America with nothing and to achieve anything. And then the American exceptionalism that has made this nation a clarion voice for freedom in the world, a shining city on a hill. That's the promise of America. That is what makes this nation an indispensable nation, a unique nation in the history of the world. And yet so many fear that that promise is today unattainable. So many fear it is slipping away from our hands. I want to talk to you this morning about reigniting the promise of America. 240 years ago on this very day, a 38-year-old lawyer named Patrick Henry stood up just 100 miles from here in Richmond, Virginia, and said, "Give me liberty or give me death." I want to ask each of you to imagine Imagine millions of courageous conservatives all across America rising up together to say in unison, we demand our liberty. Today, roughly half of born-again Christians aren't voting. They're staying home. Imagine instead millions of people of faith all across America coming out to the polls and voting our values. Today, millions of young people are scared, worried about the future, worried what the future will hold. Imagine millions of young people coming together and standing together saying, we will stand for liberty. Think just how different the world would be. Imagine, instead of economic stagnation, booming economic growth. Instead of small businesses going out of business in record numbers, imagine small businesses growing and prospering. Imagine young people coming out of school with 4, 5, 6 job offers. Imagine innovation thriving on the internet as government regulators and tax collectors are kept at bay and more opportunity is created. Imagine America finally becoming energy self-sufficient as millions and millions of high-paying jobs are created. 5 years ago today, the president signed Obamacare into law. Within hours, Liberty University went to court filing a lawsuit to stop that failed law. Instead of the joblessness, instead of the millions forced into part-time work, instead of the millions who've lost their health insurance, lost their doctors, have faced skyrocketing health insurance premiums. Imagine in 2017, a new president signing legislation repealing every word of Obamacare. Imagine health care reform that keeps government out of the way between you and your doctor and that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable. Instead of a tax code that crushes innovation, that imposes burdens on families struggling to make ends meet. Imagine a simple flat tax. That lets every American fill out his or her taxes on a postcard. Imagine abolishing the IRS. Instead of the lawlessness and the president's unconstitutional executive amnesty, Imagine a president that finally secures the borders. And imagine a legal immigration system that welcomes and celebrates those who come to achieve the American dream. Instead of a federal government that wages an assault on our religious liberty, that goes after Hobby Lobby, that goes after the Little Sisters of the Poor, that goes after Liberty University. Imagine a federal government that stands for the First Amendment rights of every American. Instead of a federal government that works to undermine our values, imagine a federal government that works to defend the sanctity of human life. And to uphold the sacrament of marriage. Instead of a government that works to undermine our Second Amendment rights, that seeks to ban our ammunition, imagine a federal government that protects the right to keep and bear arms of all law-abiding Americans. Instead of a government that seizes your emails and your cell phones, imagine a federal government that protected the privacy rights of every American. Instead of a federal government that seeks to dictate school curriculum through Common Core, imagine repealing every word of Common Core. Imagine embracing school choice as the civil rights issue of the next generation. That every single child, regardless of race, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of wealth or zip code, every child in America has a right to a quality education. And that's true from all of the above, whether it is at public schools or charter schools or private schools or Christian schools or parochial schools or home schools. Every child. Instead of a president who boycotts Prime Minister Netanyahu, imagine a president who stands unapologetically with the nation of Israel. Instead of a president who seeks to go to the United Nations to end-run Congress and the American people. That's horrible. Imagine a president who says, I will honor the Constitution, and under no circumstances will Iran be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. Imagine a president who says we will stand up and defeat radical Islamic terrorism. and we will call it by its name. We will defend the United States of America. Now, all of these seem difficult. Indeed, to some, they may seem unimaginable. And yet, if you look in the history of our country, imagine it's 1775, and you and I were sitting there in Richmond listening to Patrick Henry say, "Give me liberty or give me death." Imagine it's 1776 and we were watching the 54 signers of the Declaration of Independence stand together and pledge their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to igniting the promise of America. Imagine it was 1777 and we were watching General Washington as he lost battle after battle after battle. In the freezing cold, as his soldiers with no shoes were dying, fighting for freedom against the most powerful army in the world. That too seemed unimaginable. Imagine it's 1933. And we were listening to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt tell America at a time of crushing depression, at a time of a gathering storm abroad, that we have nothing to fear but fear itself. Imagine it's 1979, and you and I were listening to Ronald Reagan. And he was telling us that we would cut the top marginal tax rate from 70% all the way down to 28%. That we would go from crushing stagnation to booming economic growth, to millions being lifted out of poverty and into prosperity and abundance. That the very day he was sworn in, our hostages who were languishing in Iran would be released. And that within a decade, we would win the Cold War and tear the Berlin Wall to the ground. That would have seemed unimaginable. And yet, with the grace of God, that's exactly what happened. From the dawn of this country, at every stage, America has enjoyed God's providential blessing. Over and over again, when we faced impossible odds, the American people rose to the challenge. You know, compared to that, repealing Obamacare and abolishing the IRS ain't all that tough. The power of the American people when we rise up and stand for liberty knows no bounds. If you're ready to join a grassroots army across this nation, coming together and standing for liberty, I'm going to ask you to break a rule here today and to take out your cell phones and to text the word Constitution to the number 33733. You can also text Imagine. We're versatile. Once again, text Constitution to 33733. God's blessing has been on America from the very beginning of this nation. And I believe God isn't done with America yet. I believe in you I believe in the power of millions of courageous conservatives rising up to reignite the promise of America. And that is why today I am announcing that I'm running for President of the United States. It is a time for truth. It is a time for liberty. It is a time to reclaim the Constitution of the United States. I am honored to stand with each and every one of you, courageous conservatives, as we come together to reclaim the promise of America, to reclaim the mandate, the hope and opportunity for our children and our children's children. We stand together for liberty. This is our fight. The answer will not come from Washington. It will come only from the men and women across this country, from men and women, from people of faith, from lovers of liberty, from people who respect the Constitution. It will only come as it has come at every other time of challenge in this country, when the American people stand together and say, we will get back to the principles that have made this country great. We will get back and restore that shining city on a hill that is the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hello everyone, Jeff Moriarty here. I am stepping in for Samia. She went out to head out on her lunch break, so I thought I would wrap up with Senator Ted Cruz announcing his run for presidency. Far and away the earliest person to announce their candidacy, but of course they are, there's a lot of speculation on who would or should be the next president already. I can't personally believe we're already talking about the presidential election. The office of president's a very serious position, but boy, is it a little bit nutty when we actually go to elect them. So, yes, hello everyone. Thank you for the highs from the chat room. So, I'm going to wrap us up here in a little bit, but I have a question. I'm trying not to mess up Samia's control panel here. She's got it set up for her, so I try not to. It's like when you borrow someone's car, you have to adjust the mirrors and change everything around, so I'm trying not to mess things up too much. But I am going to ask a quick question before we wrap up, and that's if you could pick any one person, now no bashing of anyone else, but if you could pick one person to actually be our president, you get the job to anoint. Do you know, is it Hillary? Is it Ted Cruz? Is it Arnold Schwarzenegger? Right? He did a big stint as Texas governor. Technically, he's not a U.S. citizen, so he can't. Well, he's a U.S. citizen, but he's not natural born, so he cannot actually become president. But who would you pick? Who would be the single best president for the United States? So I will take, again, there's that little bit of a lag between when I say that and things come through in the chat room, so I'll watch for answers here. And then after this, we're going to wrap up. We've made the event for the 3 o'clock News Now event. I may be joining Samia for a little bit of talk. She was very excited that... all right, again, reminding everyone, be nice to each other in the chat room. You're all out of kindergarten. Come on, people. Just relax. I may be joining her this afternoon. She's very excited. There's a new service up for Meerkat, Samia's second favorite thing in the world after Google Feud. And on this Meerkat feature, it lets you save your Meerkat to YouTube. So I think she is going to be doing some Meerkats this afternoon. We will see how that goes. So let's see if anyone has ideas for who they would want to be president. Looks like we got a Hillary in there. Clint Eastwood. Yeah, he was mayor of Carmel by the Sea. I might be getting up there a little bit. It'd certainly be a little bit intimidating of a president. Ron Paul. There's a lot of Ron Paul fans here in the Valley. Ellen DeGeneres, that's an interesting choice. JoJo, Ronald Reagan. I think being dead makes that a bit difficult. Chuck Norris, going with the fanciful ones here. Let's get another one. Troy Hayden. I will let Troy know that. He should be in this afternoon. I don't know if he has a new update on Jody Arias, but I'm sure that the fact that people want him to be president is something that he would find quite entertaining. Jeff and Samia in 2016. I don't think anybody really wants that. I love Samia to death, but even myself. Now, president, that's a rough job. There's been my share of presidents that I've supported, some I didn't care for, but I do have to respect the sheer amount of work and life that you pour into that role. Look at any president, picture of them when they took office, and even if they're a one-term president, look at them 4 years later, it ages you. It takes a big toll. I've got more and entertaining things that I want to do with my life. So, I would pass on that, but thank you. Maybe Samia would take you up on that and would prefer to be president. No more Jody updates. I'm okay with that. I don't have a lot else to say or talk about with regards to Ms. Arias until there's more actual news from the court. But she does have a way of putting herself back in the news, doesn't she? And a lot of people do care about that, so if there is news, we will cover it. If not, we will just move right along. There's a lot of other exciting stuff going on, and I think that about wraps it up for me. So, everybody go. Have a great lunch if you haven't had it, or dinner if you are in a different time zone. Ooh, I don't know if Samia mentioned this. I've been running around doing some other things, but today is National Puppy Day. Yes, I'm a huge dog fan. And we're going to be sharing some pictures of dogs that people have shared online from National Puppy Day. If you have a puppy and you want to share a picture, if you tweet it at us with the hashtag Fox10Phoenix, I will look for those. And if I see some from some of you wonderful people in the chat room with puppies, I will add them to our tag board for later on National Puppy Day. They might even end up on the air here in Phoenix. So that is a little sneak peek at next time, and we have the 3 o'clock event up if you want to go bookmark that. And for everyone in the chat room, Puppy Day, yes, Rachel, Puppy Day is fantastic. So you all go and have a fantastic day. If you have ideas for stories or things you'd like to see us cover, let us know. And this is Jeff Moriarty with Fox 10 News. Thank you for watching.